Yeah, because you're the foundation.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Idaho Department of Fish and Game Commission meeting, Magic Valley District Office, Jerome, Idaho. It's a good day to be here. Glad to join you all. My name's Tim Murphy. While I think of it, I better silence my phone. Yours is on high volume, just cut her down a little bit. And to my right is Commissioner Derek Atterbury, Region 6. And it's completing his second four-year term. And that's the limit by statute or reg. And this may be his last meeting. And I say that because the governor has a job ahead of him. He's got to recruit and nominate a new Region 6 commissioner. And with all the activity going on, the governor's office, that may or may not happen by our July meeting. That's a lot to do by July. And Commissioner Atterbury has agreed that if that position has not been formally filled, then he'll be there as the commissioner representing citizens of Region 6 and the whole state as a commissioner. Either case, filled or not, we'll be gathering with Derek and his family up at Coeur d'Alene at some yet to be determined beautiful place, and we'll honor you there, Derek. I'm looking forward to that. After a long winter, I can almost guarantee the weather's going to be different in July. Derek, I didn't know you before I became a commissioner, and just gotten to know you well. You're a good man, great family man, citizen. I've always seen that you've got the heart of Idaho in your deliberations. You know, it's more than just what the reg is to Commissioner Atterbury. He knows the heart of Idaho, grew up here, and what works well, because when commissioners leave, whatever decisions we make, folks have to live with those. And he thinks that way. You know, how's this going to apply in 10 years? And we've always stayed close with citizens, which is, part of our job. And some of us do it better than others. And Commissioner Atterbury, you do it really well, staying close with your constituents, unfailingly serve to protect, preserve, perpetuate, and manage Idaho's wildlife. And I just want to thank you. We'll do this more and more informally and a lot of fun in July. But until then, thank you for your service. It's just been great. You've modeled what I've tried to emulate, not as well, but thank you. So. Now I have to find my agenda. Here it is. Okay. After opening comments, we go to agenda changes. Our commissioners, are there any agenda changes or motions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move the commission amend the agenda as posted by staff prior to the start of the meeting today.
We have a motion. Second, there is a second. Is there any discussion? Without further discussion, then the chair votes aye. The motion passes. Thank you, Commissioner Charette. No other agenda changes? Okay. As traditional, the review of public comment, I'll hand this over to Director Fredericks to summarize from last night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We had a good public meeting last night. We had approximately 20 members of the public in attendance. 6 of those members provided oral testimony. Of those 6, 3 comments were generally related to action items 5B, which is the Wolf Depredation Control Board funding, and 5E, which is the Gray Wolf Management Plan. One of the comments was not supportive of the plan and urged the department to focus more on non-lethal depredation prevention. 2 of the comments expressed support for the plan. 2 of the comments were commenters represented F4WM, Idaho Trappers Association, and Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, and supported the plan and also asked us to consider some modifications to the reimbursement program. 3 comments were related to items not directly on the agenda. We had a representative from the Idaho Hunters for the Hungry and Feeding the Hungry, and that gentleman expressed appreciation for the department's support of that program, provided a lot of interesting information about how that effort helps deal with food insecurity in Idaho. And as an example, with our recent chronic wasting disease management program and turning that meat over to that program and to other needy folks, there was 2,600 pounds of meat that have been processed through that effort. So great for him to come and share that information and kind of provide the other side of the story to when we do some of those actions. We had another commenter discuss what a great state Idaho is to get kids engaged in hunting and fishing, and he encouraged the commission to consider focusing on youth involvement and opportunities in the future. And then finally, we had a comment related to Lava Ridge, asking the commission and the department to stay engaged in that issue. And we certainly are. In fact, we had our field tour yesterday, a very well organized field tour where we did talk extensively about Lava Ridge and the department's involvement with our partners on that. And so I can assure everybody that this is a matter that is of great interest to the department, to the commission, and of course, the whole state of Idaho. So with that, Mr. Chairman, public comment. No, that'll be at the end. Yes.
Thank you. All right, consent calendar.
Chairman, I'd make the motion, we approve the consent calendar.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Davies. Chairman votes aye. We have a motion that passes. Thank you. We're going into yes. Oh, sorry. My mind was on the next action item. We have a motion and a second, and thank you, Director. We need a vote on that. All in favor? Opposed? Chairman votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Looks like you knew how that was.
Between my poopah last night and now my process error, should be chastised. Okay. Now we're going to get into the meat of this meeting. First item up for commission approval is FY24 shooting range grant funding recommendation, destination shooting range update. Adam Park will be Chief of Communications, will be covering this for us. Adam, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm Adam Park, Communications Bureau Chief. And as you mentioned, I'm here to present to you the FY24 range grant recommendations. You may recall last May in McCall, I gave a similar presentation. So this will be very similar to what I did last year. As you may remember, House Bill 396 passed in the year 2020 to create a new range grant committee, which the Communications Bureau has been helping to facilitate for the last several years. It's been going quite well. And every year we request all the rangers in the state, if they're interested, to submit applications for potential capital improvements at their ranges, and they work closely with the VSCs in every region to work on those applications. It's not going forward, Ben. Can you move it forward? There we go. So this year we had more funding than we had the previous year. We had a grand total of $627,805 of gross money. That is comprised of $455 from the federal Pittman Robertson funds. We also receive quite a bit of money every year from state fines and forfeitures money. That number went up pretty significantly. It had gone down during the pandemic quite a bit. And this year we also had some unused funds from previous grant years that we added to the pot. So we had a higher total of $627,000. We also made a couple other changes this year. And then one is that we hired a guy named Fred Batley from Region 7 to help us out as a freelance program coordinator. He's got a lot of experience with ranges and with construction, which was super helpful. We found over the years that these ranges really need a lot of support and assistance from staff on kind of managing both the grant requirements and the details of the projects themselves. They don't often have a lot of or in many cases, they don't have a lot of construction experience. And so that's been a real benefit to have him. And he's really paid for himself in a lot of ways because we've been able to avoid some grant errors and that kind of thing. We also this year decided to add a 10% contingency. That's kind of a set aside for potential overages. And that's been really helpful because, you know, as you may be aware, in the current bidding environment, costs have been going up over the last several years quite a bit, in terms of particularly material costs. And one of the limitations of our program is that they apply in December of the previous year, and they really often don't have access to that money for a full year until the grant has gone through. And so in that year, the prices can often go up as well. And so we were having a lot of clubs coming to us asking for a little additional money to cover those overages, which we felt were, you know, legitimate, honest, you know, reasonable requests. So we're now setting aside this 10%, and we're hopeful that that'll help us when that kind of event happens. And if we have leftover money, which I anticipate we will, we'll just pass that over into the following year as we did this year. So this year we received applications from 14 ranges throughout Idaho. We held 4 public meetings in January, February, and March. We did them all via Zoom because the committee members are located throughout the state. That's an easier way to do that. And we invite the public to participate via Zoom, but they can also come to headquarters or regional office if they want and participate and watch the meeting on video if they don't have access at home. And as we went through the process, we gathered additional information from the ranges. The committee members are pretty expert on a lot of range kind of details, much more than I am. And they asked some really good questions of the ranges, and we work closely with them to get the answers that they need. So this year, you know, we recommended funding for 13 ranges from 6 regions. The only reason we didn't do 7 regions, we always try to spread it out around the state, is because we didn't get an application this year from Region 7, which is the first time that's happened in a couple of years, I think. And the committee recommended a total of $519,605 in projects. And as I mentioned before, any remaining funds. Oh, this is actually that wasn't the full amount of available funding. So they elected to add that additional money to the contingency that we had already established. And then a couple of weeks ago, I ran these by Director Fredericks. He looked through all the projects and chose to advance all of them to you for consideration. So you have the full list of projects in your packet. It was attached to the gold sheet, but just to give you a few highlights, 23 projects from the 13 clubs. One of the ones that I think was interesting was a skeet range for Cedar Hills Gun Club. That's the first time we've received an application from Cedar Hills, and they're a pretty established big club in Region 5. And that's a pretty significant investment that's going to happen there. So we're excited about that. New storage facilities for Unified Sportsman's Club in Region 6, security fencing, ADA doors. We get a lot of requests for ADA compliant access infrastructure. And that's at the Lewis and Clark Wildlife Club. And then enhanced safety barriers for Jerome Rod and Gun Club right here in Region 4. So that is the full extent of my presentation. I understand from the agenda that there's also listed a discussion about the destination range. I understand that you've been briefed on the status of that separately by staff, but I just to let you know that project currently is on hold as we await further investigation into the potential acquisition of the Coeur d'Alene trap and skeet, which came out of this year's legislative session. So we're looking into that now. And so I don't have a further update on the destination range today. So I stand for questions.
Chairman, I move the commission approve the director's range grant funding recommendations in table 1, and the director retain discretion for assigning the grant funding source.
I second that.
We have a motion and there's a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Next item is commission direction for Wolf Depredation Control Board funds. Tricia Hebron, Assistant Chief Wildlife. Tricia, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Murphy, Commissioners, Director. I'm here this morning to present item 5B, the commission direction for the Wolf Depredation Control Board funds. The Idaho Wolf Depredation Control Board is responsible for administering the Wolf Control Fund established in Idaho Code. Legislation created the board in 2014 in response to the loss of federal funding for wolf depredation control. The board does not have management authority for wolves, but is responsible for allocating funding for the wolf depredation control actions authorized by the Fish and Game Commission and the department. The commission and department maintain authority for management and control of wolves. To maintain eligibility for Idaho's receipt of federal excise tax funds for wildlife conservation, fish and management and restoration and public shooting ranges, the Fish and Game Commission must maintain control of its license funds. Idaho Code maintains this control by authorizing the commission to direct the board's use of fish and game funds and requiring the board to comply with the commission direction for funding of wolf depredation control activities. Idaho Code also directs that as soon after July 1st each year as practical, the transfer of $300,000 from the Fish and Game Fund to the Wolf Depredation Control Fund's Special Fish and Game Subaccount. The board also receives, the Wolf Depredation Control Board also receives appropriations from the State General Fund, from assessments collected by the State Livestock Brand Inspector, as well as the Idaho Sheep and Goat Health Board, to help fund other wolf depredation control activities. Previous commission direction has been to use these funds to prioritize the management and control of wolves where ungulate management objectives are not being achieved and in areas with chronic livestock depredation. Staff recommends directing the expenditures of up to $300,000 of fish and game funds for the management and control of wolves for the protection of ungulates in management units and zones with predation management plans or where management objectives are not otherwise being achieved, and in units where wolf depredation on livestock or other domestic animals is chronic. Expenditure of fish and game funds would include $100,000 for department-directed control and related action for protection of ungulates in units or zones with predation management plans or where objectives for ungulates are not otherwise being achieved. Expenditure of fish and game funds would also include providing $200,000 via department cooperative agreement for nonprofit organization reimbursement of hunters and trappers for expenses incurred during the harvest of wolves in units and zones with predation management plans or where management objectives for ungulates are not otherwise being achieved, and in units where wolf depredations on livestock and other domestic animals are chronic. Staff will prepare a letter for the chair's signature reflecting the commission's direction to the Wolf Depredation Control Board. I stand for any questions.
Please, Commissioner Atterbury.
Not necessarily a question. I appreciate Tricia and putting that before us, but motion if appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I move the commission adopt staff recommendations for direction to the Idaho Wolf Depredation Control Board to expend up to $300,000 in management unit zones for the protection of ungulates and to address chronic livestock depredation.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
There, I second that, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Commissioner Cameron. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, commissioners? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries. Thank you. Tricia, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm up for the next one.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay. Animal damage control boards. Okay. You're on a roll then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'm here to present 5C, which is the animal direction for the Animal Damage Control Board funds. And I believe you all received a document that kind of explained what the difference is because they're similar but different. So Idaho Code directs the annual transfer of $100,000 of the department funds to the State Animal Damage Control Board for control of predatory animals and birds. Idaho law authorizes the commission to direct how these funds are spent. Typically, the commission also has directed $50,000 to support USDA Wildlife Services activities identified in our 2006 MOU between the department and the Animal Damage Control Board for the general control of predatory animals. The commission has typically directed the remaining $50,000 for specific wildlife management activities such as the intensive coyote removal in conjunction with the mule deer initiative, feral hog control in the Bruno Valley, or activities under Idaho's American White Pelican Plan. Once again, Idaho Code directs the annual transfer of $100,000 from the Fish and Game Fund to the Animal Damage Control Fund to maintain eligibility for Idaho's receipt of federal excise tax funds for wildlife conservation, fish management and restoration, and public shooting ranges. The commission must maintain control of the license funds. Idaho Code maintains this control by requiring the Animal Damage Control Board to follow the commission's direction for funding depredation control activities using these funds. Staff recommends directing the expenditures of $50,000 for general predatory wildlife control consistent with the Animal Damage Control Board MOU. Staff further recommends the remaining $50,000 be divided with $25,000 for the department authorized depredation control of black bears, mountain lions, and wolves, and $25,000 for the department directed activities implementing Idaho's American White Pelican Management Plan. Staff will prepare a letter for the chair's signature reflecting the commission's directions to the Animal Damage Control Board. I stand for any questions.
Questions?
Chairman. So the $50,000 for the pelican portion of it, is that to haze pelicans or is it to eliminate predators of pelicans?
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that money right now is being spent for hazing pelicans. This year, I just actually talked to Wildlife Services and we are using it to haze pelicans at Silver Creek and in the Magic Valley region.
Other comments, questions before we seek a motion?
And Mr. Chairman, I just one quick question, Tricia. So is it working? Is this hazing program working? I mean, it seems we fund this every year. Is it a ongoing process that we will have to continue to do forever, or is there a long-term solution to the problem of the pelicans on these areas?
Chairman, Commissioner Davies, I think that is a very good question. We right now are we are coming to the end of our cycle for that pelican management plan. We're going to, at the end of this month, conduct surveys, a flight survey to see what is the extent of pelicans. We're actually including Region 2 in that this year. I think that as we go into our next rewrite of that, we really need to sit and look at what are our numbers looking like, because it's looking like right now we have to continue hazing these animals. We do have some areas where we aren't seeing pelicans quite as high as we've seen them in the past, but we are also seeing pelicans in new areas. So I think this is going to be it's very much a collaborative effort between bureaus with other federal partners. So.
Thank you.
We have a chair will entertain a motion on an action item unless there's further questions, comments.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion. I would move that the commission adopt staff recommendations to direct $50,000 in general predatory wildlife control consistent with the Animal Damage Control Board MOU. 25,000 for the department authorized depredation control of black bears, mountain lions, and wolves, and $25,000 for the department directed activities implementing Idaho's American White Pelican Management Plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Davies. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. And
Thank you.
thank you, Tricia. Okay. Up to 5D, Pronghorn Management Plan. It's an action item for the commission. Jake Powell will be briefing us on this, wildlife regional biologist. Thank you, Jake.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, pleased to be here today. So at the March commission meeting, I stood before you and I asked for a head nod to, excuse me, release the draft Pronghorn Management Plan out for public comment. So today I'd like to summarize those outreach efforts that we had to solicit and gather public comment, what we received back, and then how we use that to modify and edit the Pronghorn Management Plan. What's the trick here, Ben? Which button? There we go. So before I start, I would like to acknowledge, our Communication Bureau for their help soliciting or with the outreach and soliciting these public comments. And then, our very own Ben Bieri over here and Sarah Castanelli, they created a webpage for us and do a lot of work behind the scenes that, I couldn't do my job without their help, and they probably don't get a lot of credit for that. But again, I couldn't do it without their help and support. So the draft plan was available for comment on our webpage for 20 days. 2 press releases were sent out to over 250 news outlets and to various interested parties. An email was sent to almost 42,000 recipients. And then social media posts, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, received over 25,000 views. And to further summarize that, our draft Pronghorn Management Plan webpage was visited by 1,390 users. They spent an average of about 6.5 minutes on that webpage. 58 users left comments, and 95% of those commenters were Idaho residents. 58 is a lot fewer than, we talked to the BLM yesterday. They had 11,000 with their current project. And I kind of take this that, no news is good news. We learned from our public survey that people are pretty happy with Pronghorn management in the state of Idaho currently, and this, only 58 comments might reflect that. We also received written comment from our sister agency, the Idaho Transportation Department, and then from 2 NGOs, the Idaho Wildlife Federation and the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. And a result of those online comments, almost half, 48%, generally supported our Pronghorn Management Plan, and another 43% supported with concerns. So that's over 92% that either supported or supported with concerns. And we only had 5%, which was only 3 respondents that did not support the Pronghorn Management Plan. The number one topic that was most frequently mentioned from all comments was regarding harvest regulations. I think our sportsmen in particular, and a lot of our constituents, they're really familiar with our season setting process. And I think unfortunately, a lot of them kind of viewed this exercise as a season setting type of exercise. And so a lot of those comments that we received were the type of comments that we would receive when we're setting seasons, and not really for an overarching management plan. And there was 26 of those comments that relating to harvest regulations. The second and third most frequently mentioned topic was related to drying odds or to population monitoring. And then the fourth most commonly mentioned topic was just people telling us that we were doing a good job managing pronghorn. And there was 10 of those. And then there was a variety of other topics, from overcrowding to migration, poaching, recreation, habitat, predation, education outreach, or just wanting more details. And those ranged anywhere from 1 to 6 comments. So all in all, we made pretty minor changes to the plan. But we took all those comments, and some of the changes that we did make, we modified a couple of our management strategies. The first one that we edited or modified was we wanted to make sure that we continue to provide educational materials on both pronghorn population dynamics, the impacts of habitat loss and fragmentation on pronghorn, potential effects of outdoor recreation on pronghorn, and challenges to movements and migration of pronghorn across the landscape. The second management strategy that we edited was we wanted to provide technical assistance to support the Idaho Transportation Department efforts in regards to pronghorn management. We want to make sure that the needs of pronghorn are being considered during their planning and infrastructure projects. The third management strategy that we modified was we wanted to continue to pursue funding for GPS collars to address knowledge gaps that we have in pronghorn data. We have parts of the state where we don't have any movement migration information for pronghorn, and we'd like to fill in some of those holes. Additionally, we made some minor changes to parts of the text and to emphasize some different points. And the first point that we wanted to emphasize was that while addressing the effects of infrastructure on pronghorn, it's going to be a primary management objective of this plan. But understanding that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to this, and every scenario is going to be different. And there's not a universal solution to dealing with infrastructure and any negative impacts it might have on pronghorn. The second point that we wanted to emphasize that current illegal harvest rates are unknown, and detection of illegal harvest can be pretty difficult with pronghorn. It's pretty easy for one guy to stuff a pronghorn in the trunk of his car and be gone. Compare that to trying to get a moose in the back of your car. And we just don't know a lot about what those rates are. The third point that we wanted to emphasize was that managers may need to consider season changes, timing, or different weapon types to meet management objectives, to address address population trends, or to provide a diversity of hunting experiences. We've had really consistent pronghorn seasons throughout the state. For decades, it's been our any weapon, either sex pronghorn seasons have been September 25th to October 24th. And we know about the long distance movements and migrations of pronghorn across the landscape. We want to make sure that managers have some flexibility in how they set seasons or timing of those seasons to, again, meet the complex nature of pronghorn movements across the state. And the fourth point that we wanted to emphasize was that Idaho Fish and Game will continue to pursue funding, new sources of funding to help accomplish pronghorn management activities. Monitoring pronghorn populations is a primary objective of this plan, but we don't have a way to pay for it per se. And we made some additional edits to the plan. Again, these were fairly minor, just wordsmithing to clarify meaning or to provide examples. And again, typos and grammar edits and things of that nature. And then we added a summary of all the public comments that we received. And if you remember, we had the management plan, then we also had the supplement with additional information, and we made changes to both of those documents. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back over to you, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jake. Comments and questions? I have a brief comment. Jake, you and staff and all the colleagues involved in building this have done just extensive outreach. We saw it, but I know that's just the tip of the iceberg. I know how far this went and the time you spent. And the time to tirelessly pull together a very comprehensive plan. We've all reviewed it. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, just a general comment. And on our tour, we got to see this with the lava ridge spots that we visited yesterday. And so a document like this is important as we, especially from pronghorn movement and their migrations, we can see how a infrastructure project can affect whether it be pronghorn or mule deer, as we saw as well. So these documents or these plans are important as we work with our partners in these projects throughout the state. So I appreciate everybody's work. It'll continue to kind of shape and craft our message and working with these folks. So thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Atterbury.
Mr. Chairman, Jake, I don't know that you'll be able to answer this question. I don't know that this is even the appropriate time. You brought up the continue to pursue funding for GPS collars. One of the things that I learned yesterday during the tour was the lack of information from GPS collars. Do you have any thoughts or ideas as to where that funding is, where we could pursue the funding to get those collars so we could get that important data?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, two potential sources might be the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Because again, the movement and migration nature of pronghorn, we might be able to look there. And then if RAWA passes, that might be another source of funding to do those.
There's no further comments or questions. Will Chair will seek to entertain a motion on this action item, pronghorn plan.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the commission adopt the Idaho Pronghorn Management Plan 2023 to 2028 as presented by staff.
Thank you for the motion, Commissioner Bobbitt. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Comments? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Chair votes aye and the motion carries. Again, thank you for all the work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up with Wolf Management Plan, Katie Ulrich, Wildlife Staff Biologist. Katie, thank you.
Excellent. Good morning, Chairman Murphy, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. My name is Katie Ulrich. I'm a wildlife staff biologist at headquarters, and I focus on black bears, mountain lions, and gray wolves. At the January Commission meeting, the Commission was presented an overview of the draft gray wolf management plan. At that meeting, the Commission approved the draft open to public input. This presentation is an overview of public comments received on the draft plan and the revisions made to the final draft in response to that input. The Wolf Plan comment handout that was sent to the Commission along with the draft plan is a deeper dive into the public input and the following plan modifications. It'll happen. Okay. Hey, there we go. I got a little aggressive. All right. Right. The draft plan was posted for public on the department's webpage from February 3rd to March 6th for a 32-day comment period. During that period, the department received 2,551 submissions through web form, email, phone calls, and letters from a variety of groups, including the general public, tribal governments, agricultural organizations, environmental groups, livestock producers, sportsmen's groups, and outfitters. After the public input period, staff reviewed the comments, removed duplicates, blank entries, and resulted in 2,526 unique online comments. And when we received an additional 25 comments from letters, emails, and phone calls. Overall, support for the plan was low at 18% with 464 comments. And support with concerns was 6% with 152 submissions, and do not support at 76% with 1,910 submissions. The residency of commenters consisted of 38% residents at 969 submissions and 62% non-residents at 1,557 submissions. The overall support for the plan was variable, with support among non-residents particularly low, and the support from residents varied. And I want to remind the commission, this is very similar to comment results that we received during season setting process for wolves, and it is largely driven by commenters expressing opposition to any wolf harvest. Now for residents, the top 3 states of residence for non-residents who accessed the web form was California, New York, and Washington. And for the residents, the top 3 cities of residence in Idaho were Boise, Haley, and Ketchum. After reviewing all the comments, these are the elements of the plan that receive the most support and do not support comments. With do not support, this included the population goal was too low, or wolves have not fully recovered yet. Inflated impacts to ungulate and livestock. The plan was not scientifically based. They'd like to see non-lethal tools to prevent conflict. The plan is driven by politics and special interest groups. And wolves are not managed like a big game species. They also did not support any wolf harvest or control. Comments related to the support submissions included they supported the population goal and noted that wolves have fully recovered. They supported supporting ungulates, livestock, and livestock producers. They supported Idaho Fish and Game science and additional research. They also supported non-lethal tools to prevent conflict, and they supported the department's ability to manage wolves. There were concerns about actually attaining the population goal. They also supported expanded seasons and methods and control. Accordingly, comments received from Idaho residents are weighed more heavily than others. This following breakdown of comments pertains only to the comments received from Idaho residents. The most frequent topics residents mentioned in support of the draft plan included support for a lower population. Others commented, many expressed support for livestock producers and ungulate populations. Other commenters expressed support for expanding seasons, methods, and additional control. They also supported Idaho Fish and Game's research goals, and they supported Idaho's ability to manage wolves. And they were concerned about Idaho being able to obtain their population goal. And that in the support section are those lower numbers, lower portion of the bar graph. Respondents who did not support the plan asserted that the overall plan was not scientifically based or was driven by politics or special interest groups. The most frequent comments stated that impacts to elk and livestock in the plan are inflated. Some of the comments mentioned producers in Idaho Fish and Game should be required to use non-lethal tools to promote coexistence. Some also expressed that the population target is too low and that the wolf population has not fully recovered. And after considering these public comments, the draft plan was modified and prepared for consideration by the commission. As a reminder, your wolf plan handout addresses these topics in more detail. Now, before I dive into some of these comment topics, I wanted to revisit the main components of the draft plan. The wolf plan incorporates knowledge gained from nearly 3 decades of wolf monitoring and management about how wolves use Idaho's landscape, interact with native ungulates and livestock, and react to different types of levels and types of harvest. This plan also incorporates direction from the 2002 Idaho Wolf Conservation and Management Plan that was prepared to support wolf management after delisting of wolves under the Endangered Species Act. Species-specific management plans outline management direction, goals, and strategies after considering current data, public input, agency resources, and resource challenges to wolf management. The department's wolf management goals are intended to support 4 stated goals in the strategic plan. To manage wolves for a stable, sustaining population, well-distributed and suitable habitat to fluctuate around 500 animals, which aligns with the state wolf management envision in the 2009 federal delisting rule. The plan also describes mechanisms for moderating wolf mortality as the population approaches 500. The department will continue to monitor wolves annually, improve population estimation and monitoring techniques, and our management goals also address challenges to chronic livestock depredations and persistent impacts to struggling ungulate populations. These goals and strategies are not changed during the plan modification. The changes in the plan support and strengthen these 4 goals. And the next series of slides will address the frequent comments that did and did not result in plan modifications. Technical edits and comments. Several edits included updating tables and figures with current data, replacing terms for clarity, and adding and editing citations. More significant changes in the plan are identified in red text. And a summary of the public input is now included as an appendix in the plan. Defining terms. Some commenters requested clarification of terms used in the plan. And to address this, we added a glossary in the appendix. Terms such as suitable and unsuitable habitat, as defined by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the 2009 delisting rule. Terms such as chronic depredation units, viable population, carrying capacity, percent occupancy, and viable habitat. Tribal contribution. Idaho Fish and Game received comment letters from the Nez Perce tribe, the Kootenai tribe of Idaho, and the Coeur d'Alene tribe. The Nez Perce tribe has had significant involvement in wolf recovery since the initial wolf reintroduction in 1995 and 1996. For the first decade following reintroduction, they implemented wolf recovery and field management activities in Idaho under an agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The state of Idaho and the Nez Perce tribe monitored wolves cooperatively from 2006 to 2014 to collect important demographic data, including radio collaring, capturing, and year-round monitoring. Changes in the draft plan include recognition of the Nez Perce tribe's substantial contribution to recovery and conservation of wolves after reintroduction. Commenters expressed opinions that wolf impacts to livestock and ungulate populations are overstated in the draft plan. Over 280 comments use the same uniform language that stated than less than 0.006% of livestock die due to predation, and that elk and deer numbers that are at an all-time high. These statistics cited misrepresent depredation rates because they do not reflect cattle and wolf distribution in Idaho. Most cattle in Idaho are in dairies and feedlots along the Snake River Plain or south of I-84 where there are no documented wolf packs. Wolf livestock conflicts primarily occur where cattle are in rural front country ranges or in high mountain areas. While there are many cattle producers in Idaho who have not been affected by wolf depredations, there are others for whom losses are significant. In addition, wolf mortality and the number cited by USDA and in the plan are a minimum count. Studies have documented that only a portion of livestock killed by wolves are found, particularly in forested and mountain habitats. Several studies show that indirect effects of predators on livestock can be significant, reducing animal health and production. And the changes in the draft plan include additional recognition of the financial impacts and indirect effects of wolf depredations. Commenters claimed that impacts from wolves on elk are overstated in the draft plan, and that elk populations are robust, even with the current wolf population. While this is true from a statewide perspective, some elk zones are still not meeting management objectives. Across Idaho, 8 of 28 elk zones are underperforming, and predation has been identified as a factor preventing the population from meeting objectives. Commenters also identified that the plan did not detail impacts to moose. The Idaho Fish and Game Research Program is currently conducting a study to determine factors contributing to the declines of moose populations. The study is ongoing, and results will be posted on the Idaho Fish and Game website upon completion. Compensation for livestock producers. Commenters indicated confusion with wolf depredation compensation program. As a result, additional language was added to the plan to clarify what producers get compensated for and where that funding comes from. In Idaho, producers are only eligible for compensation for livestock that have been confirmed wolf kills. And since 2020, kills posted as probable have not been eligible for compensation. Producers not compensated for wolf depredations that go undetected or depredations that are too old, scavenged, or scavenged to confirm. In Idaho, the wolf depredation compensation program is funded annually through a federal grant administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that is split among all wolf states. And the Idaho's Governor's Office Species of Conservation implements this program. In years, compensation for livestock losses are prorated because the demand for compensation exceeds the funding available. Therefore, funding is not guaranteed and it fluctuates year to year. Support for non-lethal deterrence. The support for the use of non-lethal deterrence to mitigate livestock conflicts was expressed in support by both commenters supporting the plan and commenters who did not support the plan. The draft plan was modified to add language that supported livestock producers and their desire to use non-lethal deterrence. These tools can be successful at deterring depredations, especially on confined livestock. Livestock producers can use deterrence to aid and protect their property. However, they are not a prerequisite for lethal removal. Again, in Idaho, the wolf depredation compensation and prevention program for producers comes from an annual federal grant administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And the Idaho Governor's Office Species of Conservation implements the program, and the funding is not always guaranteed. Now, to reinstate this, in 2023, the state of Idaho did not receive any prevention funding from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The OSC, Office Species of Conservation, received 15 applications for over $300,000 in requested preventative tools. This is the highest amount of interest this program has ever received, and this lack of funding is detrimental to the interest in the program moving forward. Accordingly, Idaho Fish and Game can offer preventative technical assistance for interested livestock producers and can help producers find organizations that specialize in conflict resolution. Under the draft plan, Fish and Game would continue to employ lethal removal as needed to address individual depredations and to reach our population goals. Better population monitoring tools. Overall, commenters supported the goal of additional and improved monitoring. Some commenters specifically wanted to see an increased commitment to radio collaring. Radio collaring had benefit when the population was small and for documenting the minimum count of wolves in Idaho. However, as indicated in the plan, the department has transitioned to non-invasive monitoring methods. The Fish and Game will consider additional radio collaring as needed to reach the draft plan population goals and to support other population monitoring tools. Some commenters also stated that our camera-based population estimate was poor science. Additional language was added to the draft to clarify how statistical models are used. The department uses a variety of statistical models and methods to monitor and manage wildlife populations. And we want to emphasize that the camera-based population estimates produced align well with our other sources of wolf population information, such as our DNA analysis, our harvest metrics, our harvest. And the commission handout goes into more depth on this topic. Commenters indicated a misunderstanding and confusion with the reimbursement program and its funding source. Reimbursement funding does not come from the state of Idaho general funds, but from a nonprofit organization and Idaho Fish and Game license and tag sales. Funding is allocated through agreements with the Wolf Depredation Control Board and the Idaho Fish and Game Commission Community Challenge grants. The priority areas are identified by Idaho Fish and Game, but the reimbursement amounts are determined by the nonprofit organization. Other commenters supported the reimbursement program for hunters and trappers and identified the program as a positive tool to increase harvest and harvest interest to help reach the population goal. These are comments that did not result in changes to the plan. The population goal. Commenters felt that the goal of 500 wolves was too low and inadequate to ensure the persistence of wolves. In addition, comments indicated they felt the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service definition of a recovered wolf population is not adequate. Other commenters stated that the population goal of 500 was too high and should be reduced down to the recovery goal of 150. As a reminder, recovery under the Endangered Species Act did not require restoring the species to historic levels or maximizing possible density. The goal stated in the plan strikes a balance between managing at a lower population level to reduce impacts to livestock and ungulates, yet remain well above the recovery criteria to ensure wolf population viability and avoid potential relisting. The management direction in the draft plan will not threaten the persistence of wolves or a recovered wolf population. Managing wolves like other big game species. Several commenters stated that wolves should be managed similar to other big game species like deer, elk, and mountain lions. Other commenters suggested that wolves should be classified as a predator and managed like coyotes. Idaho Fish and Game managed all big game species to meet biological and social objectives according to the state species management plans. All species management plans set a variety of management goals, such as population objectives. And like other big game species, when populations are above management objectives, plans identified tools to reduce those populations. Wolves in Idaho are classified as a big game species, therefore harvest through hunting and trapping can be regulated and adjusted as needed through the season setting process. The next topic is the non-consumptive value of wolves. Commenters referred that wolves bring Idaho tourism and ecosystem services. The commission considers a wide variety of competing values, both monetary and otherwise, in establishing wildlife management direction and objectives. Further, managing for a lower wolf population and maintaining non-consumptive value of wolves through wolf viewing opportunities are not mutually exclusive. Concerns that the department does not have the adequate regulatory mechanisms to ensure that the wolf population does not drop below recovery criteria. As stated in the draft plan, Idaho Code 36201, the commission has the authority to open and close hunting and trapping seasons, set harvest limits, and restrict and expand trapping methods. They also have the authority to adopt emergency closures or restrictions necessary for protection. The management direction in the plan states when the wolf population approaches the goal fluctuating around 500 wolves, modify management actions to stabilize the population at a lower level. Commenters suggesting that Idaho should be compared to Yellowstone. Several commenters referred that Yellowstone and Isle Royale National Parks as the gold standard for wildlife management and stated that there's no need for hunting and that deer, elk, and wolf populations will self-regulate. Wolves in Yellowstone National Park are managed largely with a hands-off philosophy. Idaho is a state that supports multiple livelihoods and land uses. Research on wolf population regulations and interactions in an unmanaged national park ecosystem has limited relevancy or applicability to managing wolf populations in Idaho, where our objective is to manage wolves in balance with other prey and predator species and to manage our impacts to livestock that are legally present on the landscape. The department has reviewed the comments received from the public and has incorporated improvements in the revised draft plan and now before the commission for consideration for adoption. The staff recommends the commission adopt the Idaho Gray Wolf Management Plan for 2023 to 2026. That concludes my presentation. I am open for questions, Chairman.
Thank you for the thorough briefing. There appears to be no questions or comments.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. All right. Katie, I gotta tell you, wow, you work really hard and you put out a pretty solid product, and I appreciate it. And I can tell that, you want to get this right. So I commend you on your presentation here today, and good job.
Chairman, Commissioner Root, thank you. And it's a team. It's a group effort, but thank you.
Commissioner Atterbury.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some general comments. Appreciate the presentation as we've worked on this, a lot of effort as Don alluded to, but I think it's a solid plan and I support it. I look forward to seeing if it passes with the commission's vote, its implementation. And I think one thing that'll be key for the commission department, obviously, is putting some items together as we try to reach these goals that are within the plan. So that's going to take some thoughtfulness, maybe a little bit of creativity, but it's something that this commission will need to think about moving forward to achieve those goals. And I particularly look forward to some of our elk zones, the 8 in particular. I'm not naive to think that just wolves are the issue there. There's some other underlying issues as well, but it definitely plays a role in bringing those zones back to management objectives. And it's simple for me. It basically comes back to a number, the delisting criteria, and that's what we're managing to get closer to. And so thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I never miss a chance to comment on something. So, there's a lot of people in Idaho who don't support the killing of wolves. And I just want to speak for a minute. And I want those people to know that I hear what they say and I take it to heart. And we sit up here and we do our work, and I think we all give it due consideration. And I'd be the last person that wants to go out and kill all the wolves. We had questions whether or not, some are saying the wolves are not recovered. And in my mind, with all the management actions we have in place currently, the best we've been able to do is break even. And so As to whether or not they're recovered, I think it appears to me, from my perspective, wolves are resilient and they are pretty solid in their population. I believe they are recovered. Again, with all of our management activities, the best we've been able to do is break even. So I'm not worried about them not being recovered. I do hear the people who express that belief, and I give it due consideration. So I just want to, and I say this very affectionately, but I'll call them wolf lovers. I appreciate your sentiment. I appreciate your perspective. And I just want you to know that when we get all these comments that, you know, we do hear what you're saying. I do have to say, a lot of times when these arguments become passionate, the people who are against our wolf management plan, sometimes they automatically go to the place, they attack what we're doing, how we're doing it. Because really, after a while, there's nothing better to say than your population estimates are wrong, or you're not doing your job right. And so consider that. And you know, then we have someone like Katie and her team who stands here, and I'm pretty confident that they know what they're doing. Exceptional work, in my opinion. I did see a lot of comments to, you know, the way I would say it, Idaho is a wilderness, let nature be, let nature take its course. And I think we all love those wild places in Idaho. You know, I live in a town with 400 and some people, and I'm minutes away from solitude at any given moment. And you know, I appreciate that about Idaho, but Idaho is not a wilderness. And as you said it so well, people live and work here. And so I understand the theory of everything wilderness is golden and let Idaho be as such, but that's not reality. I did have, and I'll try not to speak too much longer, but you know, there's lots of things I could say. One of the things that kind of stuck out to me is a suggestion that we need to teach cattlemen how to manage cattle in the presence of wolves. And I can tell you, when I was a business owner of a grocery store in a small town, there were lots and lots of people that would come into me and say, well, you need to do this or you need to do that. And they're mostly people telling me how to run a grocery store who did not ever have a grocery store or run one. And I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say we need to teach cattlemen how to manage cattle. I really can't go there. You know, you can always criticize how somebody does what they do for a living, but that doesn't get a whole lot of traction with me. I read some of the comments. You know, Idaho Conservation League put out a thing to drum up support against our plans. And one of the things that stuck out to me in that plan was they said, oh my God, be careful or we're going to manage wolves like coyotes. And I saw that and I thought, that's kind of a good point, because, you know, we've been able to shoot coyotes on site for a long time. And I don't think we've eradicated the coyotes. I don't know. I think when you put something like this forward, sometimes people go to the extreme of, oh my God, you're going to eradicate all the wolves. And I assure you and everyone listening, that is not our intention. And I do not believe we have that ability, even if it were our intention. I'm not concerned that we're going to wipe out the wolves. Another thing I'd like to touch on is we are charged with preserving, protect, perpetuate. And that was brought forward a lot. But this way I see it is we preserve, protect, and perpetuate species as a whole. Not just this species or that species or this species over here, but all species in tandem. And so then in my mind, the question becomes about balance. And so I believe that things are out of balance with the wolf population. I don't disagree with the people who adore and admire and think that the gray wolf is a great apex predator species. I don't agree with that. I don't disagree with that philosophy. But I may disagree on where we're at in the name of balance. So I know this is a pretty big topic in the state of Idaho, so I felt I owed it to the people that I serve to speak to it a little bit. I hear all the comments. I think we have too many of them. I think we need to have the ability to at least control the species. And honestly, I look forward to the day when I can sit here and say, we need to back off on our wolf harvest. I don't believe we are there yet. And then I wanted to talk a moment about the concept of reimbursement for wolf harvest. And what that gets you is it's focused on the wolves where we have problems. And using this tool, I believe, keeps us from having to undertake a wholesale assault on wolves across the state. I believe there's merit. I believe there's good to come from focused wolf harvest where there are problems. And honestly, in my mind, I think that is actually better for the wolves, because as we become more tolerant of wolves existing where wolves can exist in balance, I think that is in everyone's best interest. And that's probably enough for me, but I hear what everyone is saying. I support this plan. I support the staff. I don't know of anyone else I would rather be behind than the people that put this together. They do excellent work. They care about their job. They're top-notch professionals. And with that, I will stand in support of the plan as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be a lot briefer
Commissioner
than my
Davies.
colleague here. I wanted to comment on the fact that you've taken a very complex, controversial issue and you've put together what I feel is a very solid plan. And I echo my colleagues' support of what you guys have done and where we're headed with this. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be even briefer. I suggest and make a motion that the commission adopt the staff recommendations to adopt the Idaho Gray Wolf Management Plan 2023 to 2028.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Surratt. We have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed on a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes aye. Motion carries. And Katie, thanks for the thorough, comprehensive, transparent briefing. You covered it all. We recognize, as my colleagues just said, significant professional work from field to office on a highly complex and controversial topic. You've helped us set a course, and that's what's important. We have a strategic plan now. We have a number, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. Thank you.
Chairman, if I may, and the commission covered a lot of ground there, so I don't have a lot to say, but just with regard to both of these plans, we just reviewed the Pronghorn plan and the Wolf plan. And these are two more big check marks in the Wildlife Bureau in terms of getting all of our wildlife plans up to date. And I just want to acknowledge that that's something that my predecessor prioritized, and the Wildlife Bureau has stepped up. And we've almost got all of our wildlife plans currently up to date. You're looking at me funny. Do we have all of them?
I have two that I need to,
Yeah, I said all. Yeah, so I know you're not done, Katie.
two more I need to get to. Yeah.
So no, I really do appreciate this. And you know, I think going into this exercise, Team Pronghorn knew that if they put together a great plan, they could get broad support from the public. And I think they did. They got over 90% support from the public. And I think Team Wolf knew that unless they wrote two different plans that didn't look anything like each other, they were not going to get 90% support from the public. And both of these plans are 6-year plans, and both of them identify management strategies. They both identify conflicts, and they both identify things that we need to learn in the next 6 years, and they'll be used to inform the next plan. And so these are adaptive. And can we get to a place where we have more than roughly half of the people in Idaho supporting the Wolf plan? I hope we can, and we're committed to doing that. So until then, we have two very solid plans, and I appreciate the good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take our break near or close to the time we figured, but we're a little bit ahead of schedule now. So we're going to move on here to the commission representative appointment, Idaho Outfitters Guides and Licensing Board. And I'll turn to Director Fredericks to begin.
Thank you, Chairman. So as I think most of the commission understands, the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board is comprised of 5 members. 3 of those members are qualified licensed outfitters, and 1 member is selected from the public. And the final member is a member of the Fish and Game Commission, or a person that's selected by you, the commission, to serve on that board. So all board members serve at the pleasure of the governor and are subject to confirmation by the Senate. So the board serves a very important role. They have the authority to enforce rules deemed necessary to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of persons utilizing the services of outfitters and guides, for the conservation of wildlife and range resources. And as I think everybody now understands, you allocate tags to outfitters, and it's the board that's charged with designating those tags to individual outfitters. And so for the past term, Brad Compton has served as a board member at the pleasure of the commission. And I think most of you had the opportunity to work with Brad to a degree. For those that didn't, Brad was a 33-year employee of Fish and Game. He worked around the state. For 18 of those years, he was the liaison to the licensing board for the department. He was appointed to the board in 2020 on his retirement from the agency. And in 2021, he was elected to chairman of the board, I think, which is kind of a testimony to his leadership skills that were identified there. And he still currently serves in that role. And so Brad has expressed, you got a letter from Brad expressing his interest and enthusiasm in serving again, if you're so willing. And also, I will note that you received a letter from the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Association endorsing Brad to serve in that role. And so I am immensely grateful to Brad for the work that he's done since 2020 in that capacity. He's been very, very effective. His knowledge of all things outfitting has served us well, and it's served the board well. So my recommendation, Chairman, would be to appoint Brad to serve again.
Director Fredericks, I've known Brad for quite a while. His knowledge of the department, you say 33 years, replete. He's worked thoroughly with the commission through many commission turnovers. He knows the outfitter business well. That's a very complex subject. His competency, I know very well because I work closely with him. And he's given genuinely excellent support to the commission over time prior to this and now on the outfitter board. So I would support this as well. Other comments or questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily a discussion or comment, but a motion if appropriate at this point. Based on Brad's willingness to serve and his experience, I move the commission appoint Brad Compton to serve as the commission's representative on the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board for another 3-year term.
I second that, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on and proceed to a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye, the motion carries, and we continue to have a top representative to the outfitter guides. Thank you. Moyie River Corridor Forest Legacy Project contribution. This is an action item again. Casey Bozangara, Natural Resource Program Coordinator. Casey, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I know I need to be patient with this PowerPoint, so I'll stand by for a minute. Okay, agenda item 5G is indeed an action item for your consideration. It's related to a proposed contribution of Fish and Game funds to an ongoing Department of Lands conservation easement project. This project was previously presented to the commission during executive session at the January 23rd meeting. The Moyie River Corridor Forest Legacy Project is an effort by the Department of Lands to acquire over 4,600 acres of conservation easements on private industrial timberland in North Idaho and Boundary County. The Forest Legacy Program, just briefly, is a federally sponsored program that is funded by the Land and Water Conservation Fund, administered by the U.S. Forest Service in partnership with state agencies. The intent of the Forest Legacy Program is to encourage perpetual protection of private working timberlands. Figure on the slide here indicates the Moyie River project parcels. They're identified there in orange. The majority of these parcels are located just northeast of Bonner's Ferry, north of Moyie Springs. I wanted to also draw attention, it's going to be a little difficult to see, but the lime green parcels that are identified here are actually previously completed Forest Legacy Program projects. So this just kind of shows you the landscape scale effort that's gone on in recent years to protect these working timberlands in Boundary County. This particular project, the Moyie project, was originally applied for and funded during fiscal year 2020. As we all know, land prices have dramatically increased since that time. So the Department of Lands is currently facing a bit of budget shortfall for this, what has become a $15 to $20 million project. So Fish and Game was not originally involved in this project. Recently, we were contacted by the Department of Lands and the Nature Conservancy about contributing toward their estimated $1 million budget shortfall. The properties in question span two landowners. Manulife Investment Management and Mulpus Woodlands Groups are the two timber companies that own the orange parcels that you see identified here on the map. Department of Lands is looking to acquire, and these timber companies are interested in selling to the Department of Lands a total of 7 unique conservation easements to cover these lands. Let's see if I can advance here. Perseverance is key. I love the support from the crowd. Yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind. Thank you. So again, these properties are located just northeast of Honors Ferry, the majority of them. They're kind of checkerboarded and interspersed with Forest Service ground, as well as smaller private parcels. They're located in obviously primarily timbered habitat, but they do provide pretty quality habitat for a variety of big game species, fur bearer species, and a host of small game and non-game species. This is also very near several grizzly bear, recovery zones. There's good public access on the majority of these parcels as well, and the department has a vested interest in maintaining that public access. Currently, several of the large section units you see identified there in the colored squares are already enrolled in the state's large tracts program. So we are paying annually on a per acre basis to maintain public access opportunities on these private tracts. The easements that will be acquired by Department of Lands, as I said, there are 7 unique easements. All of these easements will allow for public access, which will include hunting, fishing, and trapping. And obviously the easements will preserve these as working timberlands and prevent any future development occurrence on these grounds. So this is really an opportunity for Fish and Game to be a small but meaningful contributor to a large landscape level, biologically relevant scale type project. As the state administers of the Forest Legacy Program, the Department of Lands will be the agency that will be contributing the majority of the funds toward this project. They will be the agency that is holding the easements that are to be acquired. Given Fish and Game's shared interest in protecting habitat, promoting opportunities for public access, and seeing working timberlands continue to stay working, we are interested in contributing some funds toward this project, and I've identified some funds we have available for the current fiscal year. With 2 unique landowners, and as you can see, a variety of different parcels, all of the different conservation easements that'll be acquired under this project, the Department of Lands is kind of taking a stepwise approach to process each of these independent easements. They are continuing their due diligence as we speak. It's ongoing. To date, they have completed 3 appraisals out of the 7 that'll be needed, and have drafted 3 conservation easements to go along with those appraisals. So they're kind of in the middle of their due diligence process to see the entire project move forward. But given the department's intent to contribute funds in the current fiscal year, we will contribute funds that will ultimately go to close the conservation easement that the Department of Lands is ready to close on next. So the next easement in line. That easement is actually located here in the southeast corner of the project area. It's called the Curly Creek easement. These parcels are owned by Manulife Investment Management Corporation. This is a 300-acre tract of land right near the Montana border along Highway 2. Again, like all of the other easements that are part of the Moyie project, this easement will allow for public access for hunting, fishing, and trapping, and it will prevent that easement and those grounds from being developed. So at this point, the department has actually entered into an agreement signed by both agencies' directors to allow the Department of Fish and Game, with commission approval, of course, to contribute $300,000 of access funds toward this effort, with the understanding that those funds would go to close this Curly Creek easement, but obviously help the entire Moyie project move forward. With this agreement, not only does this kind of memorialize Fish and Game's interest in helping out this project, but it also gives us a seat at the table, allows us the opportunity to review the easement documents before these funds actually get spent out to go toward this project in the closing. So with commission approval today, the department would deposit $300,000 of funds into an escrow account where they would remain until the Department of Lands is ready to close on this easement, and Fish and Game has signed off on the final easement language to ensure that our interests in contributing are truly met with final language in that easement. The timetable that we're looking at right now, Department of Lands expects that This easement will be ready to be presented to the State Board of Land Commissioners for final approval in the next couple months with a goal of closing in August. So with that, I guess I'd reiterate one more time, unlike other lands agenda items that I've presented in the past, this is not an action item that will give the commission any ownership interest in this property. We are merely interested in contributing financially to what we see as a quality project in order to make sure that it can move forward. So with that, I am happy to stand for any questions, Chairman.
Mr.
Very
Chairman,
much, Casey. Commissioner Bobbitt?
Casey, my question, and I know this is in my region, but it does give our sportsmen perpetual access to this ground. Unlike our leases with the timber companies, that goes year to year, but this is perpetual into the future, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, that's correct. Yes, our large tracts leases is as an annual year-to-year agreement. With these easements, there will be perpetual public access allowed, including those actions, hunting, fishing, and trapping.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd move that the department deposit 300 of that access funds into an escrow account to be used by the Idaho Department of Lands for acquisition of the Curly Creek Conservation easement, contingent upon terms identified in the associated agreement.
Motion from Commissioner Bobbitt. Who is that? Do we have a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? No discussion. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries. And thank you so much. I want to reiterate too, working landscapes are at the core of Idaho's economy. And when access is guaranteed, the value added for everyone from wildlife, habitat, security, prevention of fragmentation of wildlife habitat, and access for hunting, trapping, fishing, frankly, all outdoor opportunities is just enhanced. So this is a legacy move because, as the Commissioner Bobbitt said, this is in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A final, excuse me, not a final action item, but for this morning before lunch, our final action item is a second controlled hunt drawing and early hunts. Tara Reichert, Automated System Manager. Tara, thank you.
Attempt to click and talk at the same time to get us going. Ooh, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Except now we can't go backwards. Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Today, I'm presenting to you looking for approval to issue a small set of early season controlled hunt tags outside of the second application period as dictated by rule. Each season, there are a handful of controlled hunt tags that are unclaimed after the first application period deadline of August 1st. And those are then issued in the second application period. So successful hunters from the first application period are required to pick up or claim their tag by August 1st. And any of those unclaimed tags are those coming back for the second application period. Of those unclaimed tags that we get back, there are a few that are early season only hunt dates. And so those hunt dates are actually beginning while the second application period is open, which leads to the inability to use the full hunt dates for those tags. So rule does allow for the director to determine if unclaimed tags can be issued in a first come first served sale outside of the second application period. And so today we're looking for your approval to exercise that authority. So to provide some very brief history on how we've handled unclaimed controlled hunt tags thus far. Prior to 2004, we actually had no practice in place to offer unclaimed tags back to the public. And so that was a pretty lost opportunity for our hunters. So in 2016, we actually revised that, or excuse me, we revised back in 2004 with some public input to revise our controlled hunt draw structure to include that second application period in early August to allow for those unclaimed tags to be issued in August. And then in 2016, we revised that even further by issuing unclaimed early season tags via a first come, first served sale outside of that second application period to ensure those early season hunt dates could be used. Unfortunately, the licensing system at that time, not currently, was unable to accommodate those first come, first served sales consistently or fairly. So we moved all tags, including those early season tags, back into the second application period. And to highlight here how those controlled hunt application periods, specifically the second, overlaps those hunt dates for many early season tags. We've got the first controlled hunt application period closing June 5th. And we advertise and post those results in early July. Then between July and August 1st, all those successful hunters are required to pick up or claim their tags. And then after August 1st, those unclaimed tags come back for the second application period that's open between August 5th through the 15th. And then finally, any completely unissued tags are issued first come, first served as leftovers in late August, the 25th. So those early season hunts are actually opening as early as August the 1st and sometimes into mid August and into early September. So as those early season hunts are opening, we're actually still amidst that second application period, and therefore you can't use those tags in their full season. So to understand how many tags this could potentially be each season, we're defining early season as hunts starting between sometime August 1 through 15 and ending between September 1st and 15, plus or minus a couple days in there, just depending how season setting lays out each year. And over the last 5 years, on average, the number of those unclaimed tags that are early season are about 50 tags across deer, elk, and pronghorn. And of all early season tags that we offer, unclaimed and otherwise, that's about 6% of all tags that are early season only. And of those about 50 tags each year across deer, elk, and pronghorn, that's about 20 hunts. And of those 20 hunts, 50 tags, the majority of those are traditionally pronghorn. So here I've just laid out the 2023 early season controlled hunt tags and hunts. We've got 3 deer hunts, 3 elk hunts, and then 9 pronghorn hunts here. And we can absolutely go back to see the details of deer and elk there. But all to say, not all of these tags are guaranteed to be claimed or unclaimed this year. But assuming that some portion of them might be, we're looking for your direction today to offer those via a first come, first served sale in early August outside of the second application period. And finally, I've just got a quick summary here of those possible available tags and their estimated unclaimed amount for the 2023 season based on their historical unclaimed percentages. And for that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Can you go back to the page for, yeah, that one? I'm just kind of curious how many of those are affected in the next agenda item. What's that? I can go back. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman, just to answer Commissioner Charrette's question, 4043 would be affected by the next agenda item that I can see.
And also 4025. Okay, that's curious. Thank you for doing that. I don't really have any questions on that.
Director Fredericks?
Chairman, just a note. So as Tara said, I have the authority to do this, but given that this was, I know that a couple of commissioners have heard this discussion about how to manage these tags, and it's been a topic of a fair bit of discussion amongst a contingency of hunters out there. And so before I just made a decision on how to handle this, I think it's valuable for us to walk through the strategy so that I can get all of your approval to proceed as Tara is suggesting.
And seasons and setting are iterative, like any business in wildlife. We live and we learn, and what you just presented as a option, I believe some years ago, that was how we administered this on a first come, first serve. The system wasn't as advanced as it is now. We have a system that can likely carry it.
Mr. Chairman, yes, absolutely. We do a number of first come, first serve sales for controlled hunts throughout the year, and they've been successful since we've been live with this current system.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification, so these would be available for sale at all vendors, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Atterbury, yes, absolutely. Any place that you could traditionally buy tags.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to what we went through here a little bit. I know that there were some gentlemen, some hunting advocates, representative groups that brought these concerns to us in good faith. We met with them, we had a conference with them, and we heard their concerns and their problems, and we worked and believe we were all in agreement that we found a way to address their concerns. So the department, this is good faith effort by the department based on conversations that we had with those that brought these concerns. And so I'm just gonna stop right there.
Thank you. Comments? None. The chair will entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman. I move
Please.
the commission support the proposed use of the authority delegated by rule to the director for designating unclaimed early season controlled hunt tags on a first come, first served basis.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion. Is there a second? Discussion? If no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries. And Tara, thank you
Thank you so
very
much.
much. Checking my time here. Yes. We'll do one more item and then we'll have our break. Rulemaking and program updates. Amber Worthington, Deputy Director. Do I not have the right agenda?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, pardon me. I have a version 2, not version 3. Thank you, Director. Aye, okay. Deputy Director Worthington, sorry, my agenda item had it juxtaposed. And that's my fault because I had the current one, but I didn't replace it. So apologize to everybody. 2023 big game hunt mods, proposals. Rick Ward, State Wildlife Manager. Rick, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you. Yes, this is the amendment to the agenda. We added this last week and then modified it again earlier this week. So there's some new material there. So I'm here to present to you staff recommendations for emergency changes to the 2023 deer and elk pronghorn seasons in the Southeast region and Upper Snake region. And I think as everybody in this room knows, Eastern Idaho was hit hard this winter, and deer and elk pronghorn or deer and pronghorn overwinter survival are below average and likely well below average in some areas. Radio collar data for pronghorn in the 60A-1 hunt area indicates 44% adult mortality as of the end of April, and fawn mortality is expected to be much higher. Pronghorn summering in the 61-1 hunt area. Winter in the Madison Valley in Montana, and Montana has reported to us 39% mortality of radio marked adult pronghorn in that area. And they are assuming that most fawns were lost this winter. And then pronghorn summering in the 76-1 hunt area in the southeast region, winter in Rich County, Utah. And Utah has also experienced severe winter conditions this year, and their information indicates adult mortality at 31% and continuing to climb in that area. And Utah estimates the loss of most fawns this winter. And all of these hunts are relatively small pronghorn herds when in Idaho, numbering from around 40 to as high as 200. And all pronghorn hunts under consideration here are either sex hunts. And for deer, we have seen above average adult and fawn mortality in eastern Idaho. And while we don't have radio collar survival estimates everywhere, the data we do have suggests fawn survival is very low and adult survival is variable but below average. For these reasons, staff is recommending emergency changes to the following deer and pronghorn controlled hunts for the 2023 season, all aimed at reducing hunter harvest of female animals. Convert controlled deer hunts 1099 and 1100, both either sex muzzleloader only, 20 tags each, to buck only. Close controlled deer hunt 1064, hunt area 60-1, 100 tags, antlerless only. And proposed to close the following pronghorn hunts: controlled hunt 4022, hunt area 60A-1, 15 tags either sex. Controlled hunt 4025, hunt area 76-1, 5 tags either sex. Controlled hunt 4043, hunt area 60A-1, 40 tags either sex, archery only. And controlled hunt 4052, hunt area 61-1, 25 tags either sex, short range weapon only. And hunters who have already submitted an application or a controlled hunt application for any of these hunts will be contacted, refunded the cost of the application, and provided the opportunity to apply for other controlled hunts. And lastly, staff is recommending that unsold and returned non-resident general season regular and white-tailed deer tags not be sold in several units affected by winter severity where opportunity to harvest a deer will be more limited this season. This includes units 62, 64, 65, 66, 66A, 67, 69, 71, 72, 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78, 14 units in all. As proposed, this will not affect outfitter allocated tags in those units. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily a question for Rick, but just context for the commission. I know, and probably Jordan as well, work with our regions and some of our hunting public and putting these together. And so I'm supportive of the hunt changes within my region. So just for context.
Thank you, Commissioner Atterbury.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment or two? As many of you know, I said that this is the second biggest winter in my lifetime. It's now the biggest winter in my lifetime, according to the meteorologist in Bear Lake. So that's been hammered. And I think if you were to pull the sportsmen down in southeast Idaho, they'd even want us to go a little bit further if at all possible. So I'm very much in favor of making these changes. With that being said, I think there needs to be a huge shout out to the Region 5 supervisor and his staff, as they have been on top of this and saw the size of the winter and really were making changes to three minor changes to hunts. So they were on top of everything and did an excellent job. I got multiple phone calls for people saying, well, we need to cut back hunts. And I'm like, well, they've already done that, or we need to increase feeding. And they maintained 30 to 35 feeding sites down there, which is just incredible. So a huge shout out to them, to Dan and his staff down there, because they did an amazing job trying to limit the loss of the wildlife down there. And I don't think that goes out to the public as well as it should. So that being said, I think if this passes, I think we need to do something to make sure that the public knows that, one, the commission's taking this serious, but two, the department's taking it serious, and that we're listening to what they say. So anything we can do to make this information more public and out in the news, so it's not being hidden, would be awesome. So with that, I do support these changes. With that, I would make the motion, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
I gotta find it. I move that the commission adopt the modifications to the 2023 big game hunting season as proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner Charette. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Atterbury. Motion, a second, discussion. Hearing no discussion, we'll move on to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries. Rick, thank you. I'll reiterate just some of that, just in a sentence or two. Obviously, the preparedness and actions by Region 5, that preparedness was awesome. I remember a few phone calls and teeing up everything from feed to how you get it out, who's going to work on it. None of the following actions could have happened without being well prepared this winter. And then today's action, and perhaps, just perhaps, if the wizards in meteorology are right, they say a strong El Nino is coming. And that could mean a milder, not an absence of winter, but a milder winter than this. Put all that together and we may be teed up for a good recovery. And thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so that the wildlife people can start cheering El Nino and the fish folks can start crying. But yeah, exactly. There are two sides to every coin. But yeah, we will have a little further conversation about the winter response and opportunity to acknowledge the staff from Region 5 and Region 6 who also were whipping and spurring. And Commissioner Charette, I appreciate the need to continue to do outreach and help the public understand all that we have done and will continue to do. And I think the action that you just took just now will give us another message, another opportunity to do some continued outreach on that. So I hear you.
Again, Rick. And with that, we'll take a 15-minute break. Let me check my timepiece here. So we'll be back here at 5 minutes after the hour, 5 minutes after 10. Welcome back from the break. We'll resume now. Rulemaking program updates. Amber Worthington, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I have a couple of items up in front of you today as updates. The first is a status of rulemaking for calendar year 2023. As a reminder, the rulemaking we are now conducting was approved by the Commission during the January Commission meeting and does consist of 4 chapters that are driven by the Governor's executive order for zero-based regulation. And then there's also one that's being treated similar to a petition, as directed by the Division of Financial Management. The 4 ZBR chapters consist of Chapter 6, Rules Governing Classification and Protection of Wildlife, Chapter 11, Rules Governing Fish, Chapter 12, Rules Governing Commercial Fishing, and Chapter 15, Rules Governing the Use of Dogs. The non-ZBR rulemaking is around Chapter 8, Section 406, Rules Governing the Taking of Big Animals, Special Weapons Season Muzzleloader. We arranged to begin negotiated rulemaking for April and have held 1 meeting for each of the chapters so far. Outreach has consisted of posting to our rulemaking website, townhall.idaho.gov, and the Office of Administrative Rules Bulletin. And for some chapters, we did reach out to interested parties directly to ensure we're connecting with as many folks as possible. We didn't have many parties show for the public meetings. Representative from Idaho Sportsman, representative from Administrative Rules staff with DFM, and 1 member of public attended rulemaking for muzzleloader, but provided no comments. Representatives of Trout Unlimited and Outcast Sporting Gear also attended rulemaking for the rules governing fishing or governing fish. We've received a couple of written comments for the muzzleloader section in support of our existing language. A couple comments for the use of dogs chapter in support of the staff recommendations, and over 40 commenters for the rules governing fish. Mostly exactly the same comment around section 702, which is asking for an allowance of exemption to seasons, limits, and rules for fishing contests, primarily for Lake Lowell and a couple mentions of Hayden Lake. Staff have committed to continue the conversation around the rules related to fishing contests prior to bringing a proposed rule in front of the Commission for approval. All other rules will be revised according to staff recommendations brought to the rulemaking meetings and will then be presented to the Commission in July. And if there are no other questions, I will move on to program updates.
Please move on.
Thank you. The Commission has the authority to issue free permits or tags to minor children with life-threatening medical conditions, as well as to military veterans with disabilities. These are specifically done through the Children with Special Needs Big Game Tag Program and the Disabled Veterans Special Big Tag Program. The department provides 5 big game tags for each program, and both opportunities are awarded through a drawing which is held in April. The department received 7 applications for the Children with Special Needs Program, which included 2 resident children and 5 non-resident. These were submitted by 3 sponsoring organizations, which are Hunt of a Lifetime, Hunting Dreams, and Outfitters for Hope. The 2 residents, and 3 non-resident children were selected on April 18th. The department also works cooperatively with Idaho Division of Veterans Services to conduct the Disabled Veterans Tag Program. 2 tags are sponsored by the Idaho Division of Veterans Services and are for resident vets only. The other 3 tags are eligible for sponsorship by other qualified organizations and can be resident or non-resident. IDVS received 11 applications for the 3 tag pool, which is the resident or non-resident, and 40 applications for the 2 tag pool. The drawings for the 5 tags were held on April 17th. One thing I'll note is the resident 2 tag pool consists of a fully outfitted trip to a location in the mountain home area, which is why it's so heavily sought after and why we received so many more applications for that particular pool. Notification letters and tags will go out to the awardees on Friday. And finally, the Commission Community Challenge Grant Program. Applications for the grant program were accepted between March 1st and April 22nd. The Director's Office has received the statewide grant application, and the regions have their applications. In total, the department has received 35 applications with the following distribution breakdown. Statewide grant applications, we've got 4. Region 1 received 7 applications. Region 2 received 3. Region 3 received 4. Region 4 received 4. Region 5 received 4. Region 6 received 5. And Region 7 received 4. If the regional supervisors haven't already, they'll begin the process of forming their review committees. And Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Ebert, you will hear from me shortly to do the same. I'll present the awardees at the July Commission meeting. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Questions? I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation report, Hillary Engel, who is the foundation's development coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I just wanted to give you a quick IFWIF update. So in April, at our April meeting, we've adjusted our leadership team. So I don't know if any of you know Jim Wrigley. He's been with the organization for 20 plus years, but he became president. Bob Holman became the vice president, Julie Mueller, the secretary, and our treasurer remains the same as Tad Johnson, sorry. But one nice note, as of last week, Chip Coursey joined our board. So he'll be representing the Panhandle region, which we're very excited about. So that's a good update. In 2022, IFWIF received $93,000 from a Magic Valley estate. This was a surprise gift to us. And the funds were to be designated to be used as public access. So we worked with the department to design an RFP for the regions and for them to come up with projects for funding. And so it was kind of a first come, first serve. So Region 1 received $55,000 for the Chatfield acquisition. It's on the Coeur d'Alene River for fishing and boating access. And Region 7, the Middle Lemhi River project for $38,000. So this was a really nice gift. We do know that there's a little bit more in the trust. We don't know if we'll receive more, but if we do, we'll probably do something similar with it. It seemed to work pretty well. Our competitive grant cycle closed on April 30th, and our fishing game only $25,000 grant program will close on May 30th, excuse me. And our next meeting will be held in Salmon on August 10th and 11th. And then just a quick wildlife license plate update. The plates continue to see growth year after year, especially with our renewals, which is great. We've been doing a lot of advertising, not only on TV, but also streaming services. So we're trying to reach those audiences that don't have traditional large market presence. We don't want to pay to advertise through Spokane TV to hit Coeur d'Alene because it's kind of a waste of our dollars. So we've hit targeted streaming services for those regions around the state. So you may have seen those. Another one of our big marketing pieces is IPTV. We sponsor Outdoor Idaho. So you'll see our ads running a lot in conjunction with that programming. So from 2020 to 2022, our sales increased by 22,000 plates. You can kind of guess maybe where some of those are coming from, but we're going to take it. The Bluebird and new Bluebird and new elk plates have decreased slightly in the past 2 years. And we're not sure why, but in total in 2022, we sold $1,449,000,000 in new plates. And so what that meant for the department is $1,350,000 came back for the non-game program, which that's record setting. Each year we've been
raising that number. So we're pretty excited about that. It provides a nice funding source for that program. And the foundation is currently looking into updating the artwork for the license plates. Joel Sauter out of Region 2 did some surveys for his CPM project and interviewed people with wildlife plates to kind of gauge their interest in why they bought the plates. Do they like them? Would they like updated artwork? And so we're probably going to be looking into that to hopefully get that launched in 2024 and see where that takes us. The Bluebird really doesn't get a lot of comments on Facebook as the artwork, but the elk and the trout seem to get a lot of feedback on whether people like the artwork or not. So we'll be looking to see if we can update those. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Hillary, very much. Appreciate it. All right. Got our FY25 budget forecast. Michael Harrison, Chief of Art Administration.
Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Chairman. I'll wait a moment for the PowerPoint to be pulled up, and I'm hoping that my karma is good today with the device. Excellent. All right. Oh. It vibrated. I don't know what that meant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the first of two budget presentations for the commission. And as a reminder, I'm going to go through the process a little bit and then what we're looking forward to over the next, say, 20 months. Right now, the the Bureau of Admin is working in 3 fiscal years at the same time. We are working to close the current fiscal year, which ends on June 30th, which is 23. We just got approved the budget for fiscal year 24, which starts on July 1. That was approved by the legislature and signed into law in April. And we're starting the process of figuring out what does the budget look like for fiscal year 25. So as you can see on the top of the slide, we are here in May, and we're going to spend the spring, the late spring and the summer working on what that budget looks like and come back to you at the July meeting in Coeur d'Alene and request your approval and a vote on that to submit that to the governor with a little bit of allowance for changes because we still have August and we still have some calculations to do and some guidance and submit that on September 1. What happens next is that the governor takes that and consults with his analysts and his budget staff and then creates his own budget recommendation. That becomes what our budget presentation is to the legislature in January. They consider, and hopefully all things going well, they approve it and it goes through both houses and then signed, and then boom, we start again. And then the whole process starts over again. So with that, wanted to talk a little bit about what the budget process looks like. I know we've had some new people on the commission, and basically the budget is an additive process. We have something that's called the base, and the expectation is that everything that is appropriated to the department by the legislature that is in the base is ongoing. So we don't need to adjust it. We don't need to re-request it. It is, of course, it needs to go through there, but really the conversation is focused on those incremental things that we need to continue into the next year. And I brought this slide. This was presented by the director to the Budget and Finance Committee in January that articulated what the difference has been in our budget from FY20 4 years ago to the budget that starts on July 1. And you can see that those elements are primarily CEC, which is employee raises and the change in health insurance. We had a deferred maintenance element, habitat restoration, access, and all the other things that we do. And we, of course, back out those one-time items. And one-time items are those things that we only do for 1 year, and that authority expires. So what we want to focus on is those additive items, and that's what we're going to primarily talk to you, the commission, about in July. Now, getting into the exciting things that I think is exciting is talking about the revenue, right? And so the license permits and tags revenue is what really drives our department. We are a dedicated fund agency. We do not receive any general funds, and this is our most flexible and important fund source that drives our operations. It pays for enforcement, it pays for resident hatcheries, it serves as match, and allows us to do the things that we want to do without the same kind of strings and restrictions and protocols that federal funds have. What you're seeing is, and this is included in the financial report, as that was part of the consent calendar. But what you see is a really stable line of revenue. The red is last fiscal year's, the blue is this fiscal year's, the green line on the very top is what back, I don't know, 14 months ago, we estimated our revenue to be at the end of the year. And then the blue line that's horizontal over there is what the appropriation is, or the authority to spend those licensed dollars. And I'd just like to really point out is that in my experience, any private business would kill to have this kind of stability in their sales and their revenue, right? And you can see the December 1 non-resident sale, that escalation there. If we zoom in a little bit, from November, you can see that we are tracking really, really, really close to where we were last year. And so this means that I have optimism in terms of how we're going to end this fiscal year, as well as to what it looks like next fiscal year with that kind of stability. Now, you'll see that it's over $60 million. I need to remind the commission that part of that revenue is an adjustment for the moose, sheep, goat controlled hunts, where we take the deposit as part of that application period. And when we do the draw, we refund all those unsuccessful applications, right? Excuse me, got something in my throat. Last year, that was about $9.5 million that we refunded. This year, we have about 1,200 more applicants for moose, sheep, goat, which means our best estimate for our refunds is going to be about $11.1 million that we have to return to sportsmen who put in. So there's growth there, but the point I'm trying to make is that there's $11.1 million that isn't ours, and we're going to have to give that back. So related to that is our cash balance. And what we have seen since we had non-residents restricted by unit and zone from commission action for calendar year 2021, and the sales that we talked about, and the first come first serve sales, which are really rush sales talk about, we've seen more stability and some growth in our cash balance. The blue line is 2021, the first year that we did that, and you can see how it goes. Now, this is state fiscal year, okay? So the far left is July. You can see again the bump about halfway through, and that's your December 1 sale, where we get anywhere between $10 and $12 million in one day. And then it goes through, and the dips that go up and down are payrolls and important expenditures that we have and the like. The yellow is last fiscal year, and then the gray on the very top is our current fiscal year. And as you can see, we are gradually building cash, which is good because it's not going to be amazing forever and in perpetuity, right? We're still going to have bad times in the future, but having a cash balance is a nice insurance policy so that we can continue to fund the operations that we do and keep an eye on it until the economy or whatever trend turns around again. So our current cash balance is over $51 million. We've never had a general operating cash balance that high. Remember, again, roughly 11 million of that is not ours. And you can see towards the right, as we get into May, going into June, you have the large dip that goes down because that is what the refund is. But I anticipate ending this fiscal year with over $40 million in free fund balance and free cash. I've been talking really fast. I get excited about this, and I'm sure you can tell. So I'm going to pause for a minute, Mr. Chairman, and ask if there's any questions.
I have one quick question for you, Michael. So on the yellow line, the 2022, you don't see that huge dip that you see in 21 and that you're expecting in 23. What's the reasoning for that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, I'm assuming you're talking about the refunds. So there's also sometimes a timing issue where we try to get it out at the end of May, beginning of June, and there's been times when it goes a little bit more drip, 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 right? And so normally what we do is we wire Brandt, our licensed vendor, the $9 million because most of those refunds are on credit cards because most of those applications are online. And so there's just a little bit more of a trickle as compared to the precipitous drop.
Mr. Chairman, that 11 million that we're anticipating, are we able to invest it while we have it?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, I actually get this question a lot. And the easy, simple question is no. And the reason why is because the way the time frame works is that we have the moose, sheep, goat application period start on April 1, right? And it closes on April 30th. And our experience shows that most of our hunters wait until the last minute to participate in that. And so most of that money comes in the last 2 weeks. So the mechanisms in order to try and put it in with the state treasurer is required by law, which, by the way, is the safest possible investment you could ever get, which means it gets like 0.5% annually. The return on it is almost nothing, but being able to put it in May and then immediately have to come back 3 weeks later and pull it back out again. There's no easy mechanism to do that. And we just, as a practice, have not, is because it's the treasurer's office asked for about a 30-day notice to pull anything out of investments. So we would put it in, ask for it back, and the mechanisms just don't work, as well as the rate of return. We are looking at maybe adjusting that practice of the deposit and what would be the impact of that, because the flip side of the $11 million in the refunds is a severe workload on our staff. And there is a significant cost to doing it this way. So I would advise that we're going to take a look at this again and see maybe if there's a better way, so that all of a sudden now we're going to have more of a linear cash line instead of seeing, I mean, the December 1 cash deposit is wonderful, but when we get to moose, sheep, goat, maybe there's a better way. Okay, so license revenue by fiscal year. Remember, this is license and permits and tags. This is not federal funds. This is not contracts. This is just straight things that are sold through the Brandt licensing system. And we've come a long way, and you can see the dramatic shift from 2017. Again, that's fiscal year that ends in June 30, as we have grown and grown and grown. And this is also what is driving our cash balance by nature of us being a government agency and asking the legislature to appropriate and approve the expenditures that we want. And there's always a lag. And we're on the good side of that lag, where our revenue has been higher than what our budget has been. And when that happens, our cash balance increases. It's just like our home-owned economics, right? When your salary exceeds your expenditures, your savings and your cash balance will increase. So we've actually stabilized a little bit. We had a little bit of a timing issue in 2022 there. That's not a cause for concern with the 56.3 last fiscal year, but we're projecting to be 60 million, rough, give or take, about a couple $100,000, maybe even $1 million going forward. For 25, which is the budget that we're about to start working on, my estimate is that it's still going to be $60 million. And the reason why is because the mechanisms that we have and the way that we sell our license permits and tags through non-residents and residents were tapped out. There is no opportunity for growth in our revenue absent a fee increase or some kind of a major change in terms of how non-residents are on the landscape. So the only thing that's really going to move that needle, assuming that December 1 continues to be a rush sale and we kill it and it's $13 million every time and we sell out like we have been every time, is for a higher participation of residents who pay significantly less in order to move that needle a little bit. So we're going to be at $60 million here, I think, for the next couple of years, which is fine because we have a cash balance and our budget is still less than what that $60 million revenue is. In terms of the distribution between residents and non-residents and license and permits and tags, of that 60 million, $33 to $34 million comes from non-residents. $18 million comes from residents. And the rest of that is access step fee, controlled hunt fees, and some miscellaneous stuff is what makes up the rest. So looking forward into next year, this is the year that we're about to start in a couple of months, where all of our checking account, our budget balance and everything gets reset all over again. We have $149.9 million, almost $150 million budget. Of that $150 million that we anticipate spending next fiscal, 58 of it is pure license that we talked about, right? 9 million is the set aside. And what I mean by set aside are those things that are provided for in statute that require we spend our license dollars on specific activities. And that's your winter feed. That's your depredation prevention. That's your depredation compensation. That's your salmon and steelhead account and access and those sorts of things. So that is the budget. And so I'm going to address the elephant in the room up front, because you have 58 million in the Fish and Game Fund. You got 9 million in set aside. That's 67 million. But Mr. Pearson, you just said that your revenue is 60 million. So how come we're not upside down? The answer to that is that we don't always spend our set asides every year at the same time, and we leave budget on the table. Budget does not equal spend, but budget provides the mechanism for us to spend. So I anticipate of that 9.7 million, we will likely not, more than likely not spend 9.7 million next fiscal year in our set asides. So it's just the way that it is. But the good news is that's there if we have an emergency, and if we draw down a little bit of cash, that's actually going to be okay. The remaining part of the budget is other, and it's a great term, and we'll get more descriptive here in a second. But other comes from other state agencies like Idaho Transportation Department, Office of Species Conservation, and anyone else within state government who grants us, as well as Idaho Power, Vista, those private entities where we run our hatchery operations from by contract. And then federal is naturally everything else, right? We have our PRDJ, our excise taxes on sporting equipment and angling equipment, as well as Bonneville Power Administration operations and Forest Service and BLM and BOR and all of those sorts of things. And so that's how the distribution is going to do for next year. So to sum up and looking forward is, as I said, I anticipate our 25 revenue to be level to prior years. We have not seen a dip in the avidity of non-residents wanting to come to Idaho to hunt this great state. And we see more and more first-time hunters asking the questions about how do they get in the game? How does this work? What are the rules and everything else? And so for every non-resident that drops out and says, I can't make it, so far we are seeing somebody who is ready and willing to take their place. There are possibility of enhancements that are one-time use of cash, which means that, depending on department priorities and commission priorities, we may want to invest something in a shooting range or do something like that that is beyond what the license revenue can support. And that's what it's there for. Also, I forgot to mention in terms of that cash balance, it's inflated a little bit because we just sold the power line building, remember, of $1.225 million. That sale closed and all that money went into the bank in the general operating account. That's not license revenue. It's an equivalent. We can spend it, but that's a one-time infusion receipt of cash. And then the last one is, I don't know how much you follow NPR like I do and the state treasury and Yellen talking about the debt ceiling and the current showdown in the political environment about the treasury running out of cash. We had a conversation with our federal partners earlier this week, and I guess we got it as good as affirmation as we could, but they said to the best of their knowledge, they do not anticipate, should the worst happen, that we should still be able to draw down on our Pittman Robertson and Dingell Johnson grants, because those are a dedicated excise tax. That's not revenue coming in through taxes and the treasury and everything else. Those are dedicated to our purposes for the states. And they said the best answer we got was, it will more likely than not still be there. It would take extraordinary mechanisms for it not to be available to you. Now, we don't have 100% guarantee because there's no 100% in the political climate of where we're at right now, but feeling pretty good that in June and going forward, the department is still going to be just fine and okay, because those federal funds will be available to reimburse ourselves for the activities that we do that qualify for those grants. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Director, I think that's my last slide. I'm happy to entertain any more questions about the budget and see where we can go from here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're glad you're excited about this stuff. You know, I had a couple questions, not so much about the budget, but thank you. You do a very good job, and all joking aside, we're glad that you like this stuff, and it's evident that you do. So, so a few years back, the legislature raised the cost for non-resident participation. And would you please, so they raised it, and then did they leave any authority for us to raise it some more? So, or if there is a increase in the future, is that solely the purview of the legislature, and where are we at with that process? And
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that's a wonderful question. And there's a little bit of history there, if you allow me to provide some context. When it was the three-legged stool that we went to the legislature for, right? In the 2020 legislature, where we were going to limit non-residents by unit and zone, knowing that had a fiscal impact. So it came with a non-resident only fee increase. And then we needed the license system to be able to handle such a load. So the legislature approved the fee increase. They also granted the department additional spending authority, anticipating the increased revenue for a little bit. And that's where we left it. So the prices of licenses and permits and tags are set in statute. And so there is no mechanism for the department to unilaterally increase its price. We would have to go back to the legislature with a package to request that.
Okay.
So the flip side of that is, and where I get excited, is having a cash balance that is like this, is that takes time. And so when you combine the revenue line, which is really stable, this provides me and the Bureau and the director with the opportunity to see that, oh my goodness, the revenue forecast, it's not meeting forecasts, and we're altering from the line. And we have lots of time in order to try and adjust. Do we adjust our spend? Do we go to the legislature with a package to adjust it? Do we do all of those things? And it provides us a nice glide slope so that when our revenue doesn't meet our expectation and we need to make some hard decisions, we have time to figure those out, because we have the cash balance that will continue to fund those operations until those solutions manifest themselves. But no, the legislature did not grant the department ability to adjust price.
that's what I thought. Thank you for that clarification. And one of the things I heard a lot in season setting was, people want us, or there are certain people, residents, that would like for us to further limit non-residents and to raise the cost for them. And I don't know whether that's going to be the thing to do or not, but at some point, before we start talking about limiting resident participation, we need to have the non-resident part of it thoroughly understood and thoroughly dialed in. And so I appreciate you filling me in on some of these kinds of things.
My pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, if I may. So good question, Commissioner Ebert, and I think appreciate the answer, Michael. The long and the short of it is we're in a position now, because we heard the same thing, that if there's such a high demand for our non-resident products, then supply and demand, why don't we charge more? And we could, with legislative approval, do that. Getting more revenue doesn't do us any good unless we get increased spending authority, which is a whole nother challenge. It would help build our cash balance, which is in pretty good shape. But the long and the short of it is we do have about 3 years of this, as Michael put it, glide path to be very thoughtful about what we do next. I think there is the high demand for non-resident items. Our sale didn't go flawlessly last go around, so we hope that that doesn't have an effect on us. Also fair to note that we need to look at where we're at relative to other Western states with regard to what they charge non-residents. That's always something that we're cognizant of. And then in residents as well. I think always good to point out that we have not had a resident fee increase since, I hope I don't get this wrong, 2006. right?
Yeah,
So,
either 6 or 7, yes.
yeah, right in there. And I'm certainly not advocating for one, but there's a lot to consider as we start thinking about revenue going forward. And then just one other comment, can you build into the budget some batteries for that clicker in your hands?
Happy to
Yeah.
do it.
Mr. Chairman, a couple observations I have is rates have changed on investment options tremendously. So I would look and explore opportunities to invest funds, even though it's work. There's substantial increase in short-term rates. Number two is something that the director commented on, is I've heard from lots of folks, a lot of our residents apply for hunting in other states. And they're talking about some tremendous increases, and are we keeping up? So gives us more opportunity to do more in our state for the betterment of wildlife if we have more money. So
Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you for the comment, Commissioner Bobbitt, and I really appreciate where you're coming with that on the investments. The other side of the coin is that state statute actually prohibits us from doing that. We are legally required to invest only with the state treasurer. So all the fish and game monies go to the state treasurer, and if we want to invest, they are the ones in charge of all of that. And we are not able to dictate where they put it or what the rates of return are going to be, or the short term or the long term. That is entirely the state treasurer's responsibility, and by law, those revenues have to go to the state treasurer and be invested in accordance with the state statute of the minimal amount of risk. And so we don't have a mechanism to do that because it's in code.
I don't know what the state's paying. They ought to be paying more because they're making more now.
Yes, sir.
And I am on some public boards that we are limited in our investment options, but those options have increased tremendously in the last short period with the rising of rates.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, since the director brought it up, I thought I'd ask, as you mentioned, the tag sales on December 1st didn't go flawlessly. Do we have any kind of an update on trying to iron out some of the issues that we've had in the past?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, we continue to work with our with Brandt on those items, and we've actually test piloted some of the changes that we have made in the most recent first come first serve sales we've done, most recently on April 20th, when we had a couple hundred tags returned. And so the results of that were pretty good. We're not done yet because there's a difference between a 7,000 person load on a first come first serve sale versus the 69,000 that we thought was 42,000 from December 1, right? And so there's been open conversations and partnership with Brandt as we work through the QIT, the waiting line piece of that, in order to do a couple of things. One is how do we prevent the system load when people log in, and having 42,000 people all waiting to hit the system at the same time, as well as getting a unique unduplicated count of our customers. And that is the primary goal that we are still working through and trying to find out what is the best architecture solution, so that if Commissioner Davies wants to wait in line, he can only be in line one person because he pulls up his profile and then he's put in line. And if you try to get in through your phone or another device, or however technologically advanced you are, it will block you every other time. And so that has multiple benefits that we're looking forward to. One is that I know how many people really want these things and we can plan for it. The other part is that by going from 69,000, 70,000 to 42 is that actually reduces the system load, right? Is because you're not pinging the license system and going through the process of bringing up your profile 8 times. We're only doing it once and blocking the other 7, and that has a dramatic impact on performance. So those are the things that we continue to try and work through with QIT and with Brandt. And so, yeah, progress has been made. We're not done yet. Thank goodness we got some more months to try and fine tune this thing, but it is definitely an ongoing conversation that we're both heavily invested in.
Chairman, if I may, I hope this is the appropriate time to ask this, kind of not just tell me that it's not. But yesterday on the field tour, that it kept coming up that they were receiving money from other organizations to do research or needed, the GPS collars and stuff like that. Is there a plan to increase that in the budget to where the Fish and Game will have that research on hand and not rely on other places to fund those projects? Or is that not in the general or in our general tag sales?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, forgive me because I wasn't on the tour, but I can speak briefly and in general about that. We do have some line items that were increased in the budget for the current year that we're about to start, where the legislature grants us authority to spend other people's monies because they grant it to us for a specific purpose. And that could be what they were talking about. What we're about to start is as we look at 25, what are those research projects that maybe wildlife has or fisheries have, where we know of additional money beyond what we already get in terms of new grants and new projects and new awards for that people want to participate with us and provide us money for, and do we have the spending authority from the legislature to cover that? And so in 24, which we're about to start, I anticipate that we probably already asked for the budget to spend that other people's money, or we're going to find it in order to make that happen, as compared to trying to fund it wholly by ourselves. When someone wants to partner with us and give us a grant and give us a contract and award, and they pay for that, we take them up on it, work them together to make that happen and leverage their resources with ours. Does that help?
Yeah, I think so. So you have the ability to increase the budget for research and stuff
Yes.
in 2 years.
Yes. And then we try and find ways, if there's a new thing that comes around, do we have existing spending authority from a project that maybe just recently ended, and then spend all of its budget that had it there that we would repurpose to the research project.
One more question, if I may, kind of switching gears. Again, yesterday on the tour, they brought up fire that came through that destroyed a lot of habitat for, I believe, the pronghorn at that time. I could be wrong on that. Is there something in the budget that'll help Fish and Game restore that habitat for fires or for stuff that they don't see in the future that causes the habitat to decrease?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, there is a base budget, and we have gone through fires before, and we've done reseeding and things with sagebrush and items of that nature. I can't speak to what we have specifically for that, but I anticipate that there is room in the budget. And certainly we can get together with you afterwards and go through what there might availability be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, so we have the ability to request the budget, but legislature approves it.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. That's right. Going once. All right.
Michael, thank you for the work up front. That's a lot of material to cover. And you've done it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chronic wasting disease control action update. Rick Ward, State Wildlife Manager. And Rick, will you be also teaming this up with JJ?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, thank you. I will be providing you with an update on chronic wasting disease, more specifically the control action up in the Clearwater region. So are we taking odds on whether this thing works or not, or how's this? It does work.
Could I, for just a minute, Mr. Chairman, I want to give a shout out to those gentlemen that make this stuff work. It's like, good job. We appreciate it. And I know there's a lot to it, more than what we see.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, first a little bit of background on where we are. I was going through this in preparation for presenting this, and kind of occurred to me that it's been just about 1.5 years since we detected the first chronic wasting disease, and it's still kind of, for me as a head scratcher, it seems like we've been dealing with this for a lot longer than that. But my observation, 2021 in November, we were notified of the first CWD case up Slate Creek in Unit 14. 2 cases actually, adult mule deer bucks were harvested, kicked into gear, emergency surveillance hunts and increased testing for CWD. And at the end of that year, or after those hunts, we ended up with 5 total positive cases of CWD, 2 in mule deer and 3 in whitetail deer. And then the next year in 2022, during that hunting season, we ended up with a total of 10 hunter harvested whitetail deer that tested positive, 2 whitetail deer found dead, and 3 hunter harvested mule deer. With that as the backdrop, we came to the commission in January of this year with a CWD update, and at the urging of the commission, implemented a CWD control action that began this year. And I'll get into the details of that in a moment. And real briefly, again, the table there on the graph on the slide shows the number of positives from 2021 and 2022, as well as the prevalence rates. And I will get a little bit more into detail on that in a moment. And the goal of the control action was to reduce deer densities in and around the CWD hotspot that we identified around Slate Creek, with an overall goal of reducing or mitigating the risk of spread of CWD outside that hotspot. So on February 13th, the control action began. In that area, identified the single large red polygon, and that was a combination of Fish and Game staff, and with a lot of help from Wildlife Services doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that control action ran through March 30th, with the week of the March Commission meeting taken off during that time period. And after that March Commission meeting, the area was expanded to include that red polygon to the south and that smaller red polygon to the north. And in addition, the commission approved staff's request to take up to 40 deer across the river in Unit 18 to sample for CWD on that side. So results of the control action, and these include those animals taken in Unit 18, 555 total animals removed from that area. Of that, whitetail deer made up 343, mule deer 203, and 9 elk. And the map there shows locations of where those animals were taken. The few black dots there are the elk, yellow mule deer, and red whitetail deer. And of those animals taken, the agency action, which was Wildlife Services and Fish and Game, combined for 484 total animals. Kill permits were also issued to landowners, willing landowners, and that totaled 68 animals taken there. And then on the map there, the green on the east side is Forest Service. There's a little bit of BLM in yellow. And then the cross-hatched white areas are private properties where we had landowner cooperation, either kill permits and or permission to implement agency control on those properties. And of all the animals taken, 61% came off of private property and 39% came off of public. Looking just at Unit 14, where the vast majority of animals came from, 529 total. Whitetail deer made up 342 of that total. Mule deer 178 and 9 elk. And we did say at the outset we wanted to test elk, and we would take up to 12. Elk turned out to be a little more challenging to get on than what we expected, but we were able to test nine elk. As far as results for CWD, in Unit 14, 27 positive cases out of those 500 plus animals. 24 of those positives were in whitetail deer, 3 in mule deer. There's a few takeaways from this that I think are important to note. Looking at the map there, you can see at the lower end of Slate Creek where there's the several red dots, and the upper side of Slate Creek on Forest Service there on the east side. We have CWD positive animals in both those places. We did not have landowner permission to operate in between. There's the white part of the map with no cross hatching. That's a bit of an unknown. So we expect that there are likely CWD positive animals in there, but at this point we don't have access to get in there. And we do have a couple of CWD positive samples that came out of there during the general hunting season. Another point to make, 5 of the CWD positive animals taken during the control action were located outside the Slate Creek drainage. 4 whitetail deer down on John Day Creek at the south end of the map where there's looks like there's 3 or 4 red dots there, and then the 1 mule deer. And then up in the northwest corner, there's a yellow dot. That was a mule deer that was taken up there. So we still think the hot spot is in Slate Creek, but it's not the only place where we're seeing CWD. I will say, spoiler alert, that we did not find any CWD in Unit 18. That's great news. We did not find any CWD in elk, small sample size, but again, that's good news. Looking a little bit more at the numbers of the positives that came out. And I'll compare prevalence rates here across years in a moment, but in mule deer, 1.2% prevalence rate. That's pretty low, surprisingly low, actually, given how many mule deer winter in the Slate Creek drainage. We were surprised at that. Whitetail deer at 7% prevalence rate, a robust sample size, and keep in mind this is only within the CWD control action area, so a much smaller area than the entire unit. I would say that is probably something we did expect. We knew we were getting into the hot spot of deer. That was the whole point of going in there to do the control action. 7% within that confined area that we consider to be the hot spot is when we started out, that number was looking like it could be quite a bit higher, and over time that prevalence estimate came down, and so yeah, not a surprise there. This is really interesting to me. This is the animals that we tested positive, or of the animals that tested positive, we saw the highest rate of CWD positive animals in adult whitetail bucks at 16.7% of those bucks, which is high. So out of 60 animals sampled, 10 of them tested positive for CWD. The next one there is adult whitetail females, also 10 positive detections, but out of 170 or 187 of them sampled total at a 5.3% positivity rate. With mule deer, the positivity or the number of detections is much smaller. Only one adult buck mule deer tested positive, and 2 adult female mule deer tested positive. And it's worth noting that in mule deer, we only detected CWD. These were the only positive CWD animals for mule deer in the control area. For whitetail deer, we did have a small number of CWD positive samples from fawn and yearling whitetails. And that is worth noting. So this is, I think, says a lot about the success of the control action. This is the number of CWD positive whitetails that were detected or harvested across time during the control action. So that the tall bars you see on the left side there, that's the first week of the control action, and that's the number of CWD positive animals removed. So what this tells me is that, well, it's the law of diminishing returns. We were able to remove a lot of CWD positive animals that first week, right in that Slate Creek area. And after that first week, started moving out to John Day Creek and other areas, searching for deer, and found fewer and fewer positive animals, which to me suggests that we were right on top of them. So and confirms what we've been thinking about Slate Creek being the epicenter for CWD. And this map here shows all the CWD positive samples since we detected the first ones in 2021. Again, showing the concentration in one relatively small part of Unit 14. The black dot up to the north is that mystery cow elk that tested positive on Whitebird Creek in 2021. Still kind of a question mark around that. And then the table on the left there shows the prevalence rates across time. So for 2021 and 2022, those estimates are for the entire unit. And then for the CA is for the control action area, so a much smaller area. It's interesting to me that for mule deer, we see a relatively stable prevalence rate, even though we were in the hot spot and really trying to target those CWD positive animals. We really didn't see it show up very much in mule deer. Whitetail deer, again, that's what we expected. That was the goal, was to target those animals. And that shows up in that prevalence rate. And just to finish up, CWD is here for the long term. Our management is not over. We're on pause right now. We will continue to collect roadkill and investigate incidental deer mortalities, but we're gearing up already for the upcoming hunting season. Units 14 and 15 still have a mandatory sample submission for hunter harvested animals. We'll be gearing up for check stations, facilitating sample submission from hunters, but that will be our next real check-in on CWD in the area will be during the hunting season. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Because enough known about, the differential between prevalence in whitetail and mule deer is pretty stark, and does it have to do with behavior versus selection of topography, vegetation, or resistance to disease? Any information from other states on that?
Mr. Chairman, there is, although the causation behind it, I don't think is well understood. So in most states where they've had CWD, Colorado and Wyoming, where mule deer and whitetail overlap, generally the prevalence rate is comparable or even a little higher in mule deer than it is in whitetail deer. Yeah, so that is surprising. And I don't know what that might indicate for Unit 14. Certainly seems to be, whitetail don't move in and out of Unit 14 the way mule deer might. They're congregated year round, unlike mule deer that disperse out. So that may have something to do with it in that kind of setting, but that's speculation at this point.
Us to the west, what's the just very general situation from Oregon, Washington with CWD?
Mr. Chairman, they have ramped up their testing. I know Oregon has. I can't say for sure about Washington. I think once we notified them that we detected CWD, they really bumped up their testing up in the northeast part of the state. But they have not detected CWD in either state. That much I know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, this is in the Clearwater region, and so I've got to see quite a lot of it and what these folks are doing, and I think they've done a great job of getting out ahead of this socially. And then I actually did go to Slate Creek to watch part of what they're doing a couple times, and they had it pretty well dialed, so they did a great job. Rick, I'm looking at the whitetail deer prevalence. 21 is 2%, 22 is 3.3%. And maybe there's not enough data for you to say or conclude here, but do you think that's maybe an increase in the size of the sample and the accuracy as versus, I mean, hopefully we didn't just jump from 2% to 3.3% in 1 year. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, I think you're spot on with that assessment. That is, in 2021, our sample sizes were pretty light. And again, keep in mind, that's across the entire unit for 2021 and 2022. So yes, there's nothing to indicate to us that the prevalence rate jumped like that. I think it's more about sampling, sample size and sample distribution. And that explains, I think, too, why the prevalence estimate within the control action area is more than double what it would be or what it was in 2022 for the entire unit. Yeah. One thing I would like to add, and I appreciate you getting it started, Commissioner Eber, but the contributions of Wildlife Services and the many fish and game staff that put in many hours, long days and cold nights, putting this together. It's a monumental effort, and the Clearwater region staff did an exceptional job pulling this off, and all that for a job that nobody in this profession really wants to do. So I'd like to acknowledge that.
Chairman. Rick, so I would say that the process has been a success. What you guys have put together has been very beneficial. If when this pops up in other areas, do you foresee the same type of reaction to the problem, kind of doing the same thing? Is the game plan put together, I guess is what I'm saying?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, the game plan is sort of put together. We have the CWD management plan, and that has actions identified in it to address CWD when it shows up. There's a lot of specifics that would go into the process of determining exactly what would happen. But, I think that the take home message at this point, when you first detect CWD, is that mitigating the risk of spread is really the top priority. We know we can't eradicate it. We know it would be irresponsible to leave it unchecked. So some sort of management response is warranted. And I guess I'm not creative enough at this point to think how much different that would be than what you're seeing in Unit 14.
Mr. Chairman, Rick, my question is kind of, as you went through this, the aha moment at the end that I heard you say was that we think we've identified a hot spot. So what's the suggested management strategy in the future?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, well, we just implemented what we thought was the appropriate management strategy for that hotspot management. We could come before the commission again as soon as next year and suggest a similar action, but I don't want to predetermine that at this point. But keeping deer densities low in that hotspot is the primary management technique. So we'll see. It will be interesting to see what kind of hunter harvest we have in all of Unit 14, and especially Slate Creek. That is has been a fairly popular place for whitetail hunters. I've heard different opinions about people whitetail hunting in there this year after the control action. But the outcomes of that will help inform where we go next. But CWD management, well, where we're at this point is that we will continue to manage CWD in Unit 14 or anywhere else it shows up. And that means active management.
Mr. Chairman, Rick, just following up on Commissioner Bobbitt's question, we chatted a little bit about this yesterday, and I'll just acknowledge my ignorance here on this, but have other states tried to identify through testing of soil or plants, et cetera, a physical hotspot? And is that, I realize we draw Slate Creek on the map and make it look like a real tight circle, and it's still a massive area, but that has been explored. Yeah. Not in Slate Creek, but that strategy.
Mr. Chairman, Director. Yes, that has been. As far as testing the environment, what I understand is that the prevalence rate has to get to a certain point before it's really detectable in the environment, or at least becomes a a contamination issue or a transmission issue for CWD. They have been able to detect it in the soil and in plants. I don't really have a sense of how that's driven management, if at all. I do know that once prevalence gets to a high enough point, then even if you were able to remove all those animals, the environmental contamination is at a point where it's going to continue to proliferate in the wildlife population. That's not a very good answer to your question, but.
That is a good answer. And I think we're across the country, we're learning more about this constantly. And then several of our staff and a couple of the folks on the commission are going to be going to a meeting later on this month where things like that will be discussed, I'm sure. So no, thanks for that answer.
Mr. Chairman, just one more question or maybe a suggestion. I don't know, thought came to me as director was talking and maybe approach could be similar to what we do with bighorn sheep, you know, a test and cull. Maybe we incorporate some collars and we monitor some movements and, you know, possibly test and see kind of the area that they're covering. And maybe that narrows down to, you know, a physical hotspot on the terrain somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a thought.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Atterbury, I think that's coming, not necessarily here or in the very near future, but live testing or testing live animals for CWD is evolving slowly. Right now, there is not really a practical method for doing that. It involves anesthetizing animals, biopsying them, and waiting for results. But I see your point in that, you know, when you look at these numbers and we talk about 7% being a high positivity rate or high prevalence rate, that's only 7 out of 100 animals. And so, yeah, if there's a way to target, to dial in on the CWD positive animals, I think that would be a great idea. I think that is coming, albeit slowly. And I guess one bright spot on the horizon is there is now increased federal funding for CWD management and research. And that is starting to roll out, I think in June or July, but this federal fiscal year, they'll start rolling that out. So we'll be competing for some of that, but half of that money is earmarked for research that could help inform this kind of thing.
Rick, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on the same subject, JJ Tier, Clearwater Regional Supervisor is going to cover Unit 14 landowner appreciation certificates.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Director. Hey, it can't be understated the success that Rick talked about this project without the support and participation of landowners within the Slate Creek and greater area. It just wouldn't have happened. It couldn't have happened. And I got to give kudos for them. The sacrifice they made you can imagine asking these people to remove deer off their property for not just this year, but maybe continued. We'll have to see how the project goes. But it was just amazing. Kudos definitely goes out to my manager and her staff, Jana Ashling, my RCO, George Fisher and his staff, and all the personal contacts and hard work they did leading up to the control action, which was pretty short when we decided to do it. And I think it paid dividends of how much outreach we did with the community and with each landowner to do this. So in the means, we'd like to send a note of appreciation by the director's office and the commission. In your packet, we drafted up a letter for signature from the chairman and Director Fredericks to go out there. If you deem so, which I think is an easy ask, but we'll get together and we'll make it individual per landowner and get signatures on them, get them out pretty soon. We have 37 participating landowners. So, and you saw on the graph, we did have some, but every landowner got contacted and worked with multiple times. And as we got in positives, we recontacted people and we drew some in, some people fell off. So it was kind of this dynamic thing going on, but overall it was super successful. And it was just about communication and building those relationships and using the existing relationships we had. So pretty unique. And we want to maintain those too. So some of our next steps, we are going to wrap this up when we just got the final word, like Rick presented here. We're going to kind of put that all together about the operation, what went on, and kind of have a white paper summary report we're going to send to all landowners within the area and actually get it out to social media through Rogers channels and that type of stuff too. Do the appreciation letter. Then we're also going to get together and have kind of an informational barbecue type thing down in Slate Creek in July. Just kind of say, hey, this is wrapped up. Thank you. We even want to thank the landowners that didn't participate, because as you saw, we had very little issues with other people that didn't want us on their property and really tolerated us running around and removing deer discreetly, but for 7 weeks. So we appreciate their at least their understanding of what we're trying to do here. We'll work on those landowners on some of those gaps continue, but it's that level of pestiness and not being pesty. So we'll work on that, but we'll do that. We'll continue to have a pre-hunting season and post-hunting season meetings with sportsmen and landowners down the area, and to see where we're at, to keep them abreast, keep them well informed about what we're seeing after hunting season with positives and where we want to go in the future. So yeah, so if you guys want to review that and just let us know and we'll carry that appreciation to them. And also not in there, we will be drafting up a letter to the Slate Creek Ranger District, U.S. Forest Service, and the BLM office in Cottonwood, and probably IDL, about a similar kind of direct it more to their participation. We could not have easily pulled this off without the participation of the Slate Creek Ranger District. We were right in their area. They didn't physically help so much, but they were definitely provided a lot of facilities for us and logistics. It was pretty amazing, to have us running around there in space. And so, but it was a good relationship we had there too. And same with the BLM. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Heavy lift was done in the field, say landowners, yourself, staff, everyone. Certainly we can offer our appreciation in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
See, just checking my timer. Mary, we have noon for lunch, right? Okay. And next, Dr. Kenneth Whalen, University of Idaho Hunter Congestion Survey status and next steps. That's good to see you, Kenny. Thank you.
Commissioner Murphy, commissioners, Jim Fredericks, sorry, Director Fredericks now. It's been a couple of years actually since I've been presented in front of the commission. So I'm going to take this opportunity to one, update you about the long-term hunter crowding, hunter congestion survey that we've been running since I started in 2019. And also for a few of you commissioners who I haven't been able to present into, to introduce myself and the cooperative partnership that we have between my position and the University of Idaho. So like Chairman Murphy mentioned, my name is Dr. Kenneth Whalen. In 2019, I was hired in a joint position with the University of Idaho and the Idaho Department of Fish and Game as a Human Mentions of Fish and Wildlife professor. Since then, my first task with the Wildlife Bureau was to work on hunter congestion. And as I'll brief you on, I want to present some of the results that we've had in doing surveys of elk and deer hunters from the general seasons of 2019, 2020, and 2021. So I first want to just kind of overview this idea of hunter congestion and hunter crowding and how it relates to what we're talking about today. One of the big key aspects of crowding as an idea is that is a perception among hunters. And so we have these two distinct things between density. Obviously, you know that in dealing with the biological, which is an objective measure of the number of users per unit area. This idea of crowding being a social issue is a subjective experience, a subjective perception of that density. So it's either a negative or a positive evaluation of the densities by a specific user. So it can vary from hunter to hunter. So hunters, as you'll see in some of the results, whitetail deer hunters have lower perceptions of crowding in general, and mule deer hunters have higher perceptions of crowding in general. Some of that's due to the nature of those hunting experiences, and some of it is due to actually geography and topography, whereas in northern Idaho, you have a lot of trees and mountains, and in southern Idaho, you have a lot more open space and rangelands. So it's easier to see people and feel like you're crowded, even though it might actually be the same number of hunters in northern Idaho and southern Idaho. So long story short, it's a multifaceted, complex issue that we're dealing with here. Just to give you some history, this issue was first sort of raised in the 2020-2025 mule and deer, mule and whitetail deer management plans as an issue of concern to monitor and evaluate. So that was my first task in coming to Idaho, was to set up this project and set up a long-term project to do research for 5 years to understand the baselines of hunter crowding and to understand if there are any actual issues to be dealt with at the management side of things. So in March 2020, we implemented our first survey in a joint survey sent out from the University of Idaho in partnership with IDFG to big game hunters throughout the state. And we did the same in April 2021 and February 2022. So what I'll do is I'll just sort of walk you through some of the general takeaways and then also some of the specific findings. Now, again, just for reference to this idea of hunter crowding being a perception, in reference to the number of hunters on the landscape, that really hasn't changed over the past 40 years. So we have a pretty stable population of elk and deer hunters. So deer hunters here in the green, elk hunters in the violet over the past 40 years. So you can see that trend line is pretty static. So again, this re-emphasizes the idea that any increases in crowding is a perceptual issue. So hunters perceive it to be crowded. They perceive more hunters to be on the landscape. Whether that's a reality is yet to be determined, or in this case, really is not. But obviously, it's going to vary from region to region, zone to zone, unit to unit as well. But I just wanted to emphasize, again, being on the social side of things, that this perceptual versus reality is kind of something that we're dealing with. So to start off with how we measure crowding on a standardized 9-point scale. This is so we can compare across time and across place. So we do this not only in Idaho, but all other states. A lot of human dimensions researchers, as you might guess, study crowding. And so this is so we can not only compare within Idaho, but across states as well. So that 9-point scale is what we'll be in reference to today when I sort of show you some of the statistical means and averages. Again, our target population, resident elk, mule deer, and white-tailed deer hunters. We did a sample frame where we used the license database to identify general elk tag purchasers, regular deer tag purchasers, and whitetail deer tag purchasers from the previous season, again, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And we contacted those hunters via email. Obviously, we did this in a very sort of standardized way. We did a random selection of that sample frame to not only make sure that all hunters were represented, but those represented were a statistically valid sample as well. One of the key things that we did is we stratified by region. So we stratified by all 7 regions. So you'll see this allows for us to have a statistically valid sample size. So we can analyze not only at the statewide level, but at the regional level. So that means that we have approximately a sample size of 400 hunters per region. And that gives us a statistically valid sample size to do the types of analyses that we want to make and draw conclusions from that. The questionnaire itself was, again, we used emails to contact individuals. The questionnaire was online. So we used a platform called Qualtrics that's bought by the University of Idaho. The questionnaires across all 3 seasons were the same, took about 15 minutes to complete with about 30 questions. Our response rates varied from 18% to 34%. And those variations are due 1 to the number of hunters and 2 to probably the pandemic as well. But those again are good sample responses as well, those response rates. So I want to jump into just some takeaways and start there. Again, to emphasize this idea of perception. So the perception of crowding in Idaho varies across regions and it varies across the state. So Southern Idaho, higher perceptions of crowding, as I mentioned, different geographic and topographic reasons for that. But some elk zones and some GMUs have higher than average crowding ratings regardless of geography. Again, all hunters, regardless of the species of the tag that they purchase and the species that they prefer to hunt. And that's I forgot to mention that. When we go into the data, when we talk about regular deer hunting, I will be only focused on mule deer hunters since we already have a whitetail tag sample. But all hunters perceive more hunters on the landscape right now than in the past. And all public land hunters perceive higher levels of crowding than private land hunters. The other takeaway, one of the bigger takeaways, is that regular deer tag hunters who prefer to hunt mule deer report the highest level of crowding across all 3 years of this study. And then, as you might imagine, exclusively whitetail deer tag hunters, the ones who purchase a whitetail deer tag, perceive the lowest levels of crowding. So again, this is our sample size here. Pretty substantial sample size across years, but as total, we've sampled around 11,000 elk hunters, 6,500 regular mule deer hunters, and around 5,300 whitetail tag deer hunters as well. So each of those years you can see broken down. Again, this is a great sample for us to have to do some of the statistical analyses that we want to do, not only at the state level, but at the regional level as well. One of the things that we cannot do yet, because we stratify by region, is we cannot really make any inferences about crowding or any other metrics at the zone level or at the GMU level, because our sample size is too low. So when I'm referring to a lot of these things, I'll be referring mostly to the statewide for this presentation. One of the other nice things about this is that most southern Idaho regions, again, we have that adequate sample size. The same thing for mule deer hunters specifically, and then for the whitetail tags specifically for the northern Idaho regions, we have an adequate sample size to do any type of statistical analyses that we want to do as well. So this is the general takeaway. Again, crowding measured on a 9-point scale. I have elk, regular mule deer, and whitetail deer here, and then I have elk broken into A and B tags. With elk specifically, we don't see any dramatic changes or significant differences between years at 5.7 across all 3 years of the survey. And we don't see any differences between A and B tag hunters as well. As I mentioned earlier, mule deer hunters have a more or higher level of crowding, perceived crowding, compared to elk hunters, and whitetail deer hunters on average across all 3 years of the study have the lowest perceived crowding rating. So again, no significant differences between elk and deer tag types, and no significant differences between years on any of these tag types as well. So we have the means here on the, I guess that's going to be on the right side for everybody. I have these broken down, again, this 9-point scale. It's really nice to see these things broken into each little category from ratings 1 to 9. As you can see, with a mean of 5.7, you can see that the majority of extremely crowded or just crowded here in the violet color, you see the extremely crowded category and the not at all crowded category in the green there as the 1. And these are some of the indicators that we have. In particular, we can see differences between 2020 and 2021, where we see a reduction in that really dark violet color there on the extreme right. 2020 might have been a weird year given the pandemic, but generally we're hoping that this next iteration of the survey that we're sending out here in a couple weeks, we'll see even lower numbers on that extreme side of the scale as well. So again, this is for elk, and we'll see some of the same trends as I go into the regular deer, mule deer hunters as well. And that same trend you can see from 2020 to 2021, you can see it kind of reversed itself for the whitetail deer hunters. We don't actually have any really good explanation for that right now. Again, this being a long-term study, it's really great to get different years. So from 2019 to 2020, we see differences. We have a pandemic, 2020 to 2021, and then hopefully in 2022, we'll see some differences as well, or some type of trend that we'll be able to make a little bit more of a stronger conclusion about what actually is going on. So again, I understand that these slides can be kind of difficult to interpret and sort of take in. I like to look at the average there, that 3-year average, and we don't really see any differences across years as well. Like I said, no significant differences. We also have broken this down by land type and then also by harvest success. So as you might imagine, for both elk and mule deer hunters, public land, 88% and 91% respectively there. Whitetail deer hunters in the northern Idaho regions usually hunt on more private land, corporate timberlands, and also handshake agreements with landowners as well. But as you can see, private land hunters, obviously you're going to have lower crowding ratings. Public land hunters, we see that those averages are close to the general average across all 3 years. When it comes to harvest success, we also don't see any difference to whether they harvested or not in terms of the crowding. The only difference we do see is with the whitetail deer hunters, we do see a increase in their reported crowding when they harvest versus when they don't harvest. And part of the harvest and part of crowding is this idea of satisfaction. So I want to jump into this idea of satisfaction, which is also something that we measured as part of the survey. Satisfaction is measured on a 5-point scale. So easy way to interpret this is we're seeing pretty good satisfaction above 2.5 on average for all years and all species. It's kind of interesting in the human dimensions world. Hunters tend to be less satisfied than anglers, but we're actually seeing in my estimation of this with some pretty good satisfaction numbers as well. One of the key points here that I'm trying to make is that satisfaction and crowding are somewhat negatively related. That means as crowding goes up, satisfaction slightly goes down, but that is not very strong. So as you can see on that graph, hopefully that midline across 3, a straight line across this graph means that there's no relationship between satisfaction and crowding. And the relationship that we're seeing is only a slight negative correlation. So that means that crowding and satisfaction are not strongly tied together. So obviously other factors are attributable to what people say or when people say they're satisfied or dissatisfied. So crowding is not the majority reason why people say they're satisfied or dissatisfied. The other point to make here too is that satisfaction is a primary benchmark in some of the mule deer and whitetail deer management plans as well. Yeah, Commissioner Hebert. Yes, sorry. Yes, 1 is very dissatisfied and 5 is very satisfied. Sorry about that. The other questions that we asked, obviously, we can ask a lot of like who, what, where, when questions, but sometimes the why question is more important. And so we wanted to ask hunters why they thought it was crowding. This was a pretty revealing question for us. So we gave them the option to indicate that crowding was not an issue, that it was in the number of other hunters, or it was access to areas. And so you might make the assumption that crowding is a big issue for all hunters, but here we can see that there are 18% of elk, 16% of mule deer, and 25% of whitetail deer hunters who do not think crowding is an issue. If it is an issue, we see that the number of other hunters on the landscape is the primary reason that they give for it being crowded, but access also and access to hunting areas plays a part in that as well. We also measured this idea that crowding has some add-on effects. So whether it's easy or difficult for you to find your preferred hunting spot, the extent to which you encounter other hunters on the landscape, and the extent to which you are displaced or have to move elsewhere because of other hunters on the landscape. So we measured all 3 of these metrics on a 5-point scale. So difficulty 1, easy, 5 being difficult, and then encounters and displacement to never, never, and then 5 as always. What we see here is we do see some averages above the 2.5 level. So we do see that in general, hunters say it is, somewhat easy, somewhat difficult, kind of in the middle of the road when it comes to elk in particular and mule deer. And then we see whitetail hunters, it's a little bit more difficult for them to get to their preferred hunting spots. All hunters say that they have a higher than average or above average chance of encountering other hunters on the landscape. And then we see that to some extent, hunters sometimes are displaced and have to move. When it comes to elk, we don't see any differences between tag types either. So in general, I have not yet had a good understanding of what these metrics mean in terms of the broader crowding issue. So they weren't as informative as we expected them to be. They do give us some nice indicators, but these are the types of questions that we probably need to drill down a little bit more with hunters, either in a follow-up survey or with some interviews or focus groups. And I'll mention that part of this is related to access, and I have a larger access project ongoing right now with big game hunters across the state. So encounter ratings likely related to the species hunted and associated with the hunting styles as well. So if you have to move across the landscape, or if you're in a more open landscape like southern Idaho, you might have higher perceptions of seeing other hunters and feeling like even though they might be a half mile away, you have encountered other hunters, and also feeling like even though they're a half a mile away that you might have to move. The other sense of this too is might be ATV usage as well, sounds and seeing other ATVs on the landscape in different areas, and maybe differences between northern and southern Idaho in that respect as well. That's it for the findings. And now I just want to update you on what we have planned. Like I said, this was part of a long-term 5-year study. So right now we are ready almost to implement year 4 of the study here in May. And I understand that, you know, you might ask why we're in May rather than February or March. As the last presentation sort of talked about with CWD and rule season setting, we had a lot of other activities ongoing at the beginning of this year. So we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll be sending out this survey for the 2022 general season. This survey is going to be a little bit different. We're going to have some of our primary crowding metrics and satisfaction metrics on the question, but we're also going to be digging into different questions to evaluate hunters' expectations of crowding, to understand the relative change in terms of the non-resident regulations that were made, and then also start to get an understanding of what hunters' preferred options are to manage any significant crowding issues that may arise. And then after this, we will have our year 5, which is a replication of what we're going to be doing here in a few weeks, but for the 2023 general season. Afterwards, I'll be able to present a more comprehensive and synthesis of all 5 years, and with some better ideas of what we might do in terms of the hunters' expectations of crowding and their preferred options to manage it as such. With that, Commissioner Murphy, commissioners, I can take questions.
You mentioned noise, and perhaps that, you know, transcends whether you're in forested area or open rangeland. You may not be able to see as much in forest range. And it's just speculation on my part. We certainly can't go back in time and measure noise, but I think it's a fair assumption to say that many landscapes have more noise with the increase in introduction of motorized access. So I'm wondering if that puts some weight on the side of the scale of perception of crowding, all of the number of hunters are the same. There's
Yes.
something there. Attitudes also change with culture over time, but there is more ambient noise in the background from access now.
Yeah, obviously we have different senses. So seeing people, hearing people, and then just that general perception, which was related to beliefs and attitudes, is something we actually can do that. We call those soundscapes. So we actually can measure soundscapes as well. I don't have that sort of expertise, but I have colleagues who do that in the recreational world as well, because some people are more sensitive to different types of disturbances on the landscape, whether it be visual or auditory as well. So yes, that is an area of research that exists.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting stuff. Thank you. And I know we went and we met with you, I don't know, 1.5, 2 years ago. And I appreciate, you know, you're kind of like Michael Pearson for the department. This stuff excites you, and you're more about the methodology and the accuracy, and I appreciate that a lot. It was kind of interesting to me that the amount of hunters may not have increased, but people perceive more crowding, and I think that begs more questions like, you know, maybe the people who, maybe the reason they feel crowded is because there's more activity in general, and they may or may not be hunters. And I think you touched on perhaps the same amount of hunters are on less places which they can access. You know, it's like I used to could hunt around my place where there's houses now, so there's actually less places to go for the same amount of hunters. You know, maybe that's a reason. It's just all very interesting to me, and I appreciate your work.
Yeah, Chairman Murphy, Commissioner Ebert, thank you. Yes, I would also, I would just mention that, yes, that's something that we do recognize as well, that even though the number of hunters on the landscape in general hasn't changed, the number of recreational users, non-hunters on the landscape has definitely changed. And yes, that's
Out of when you were talking too, and even if there were the same amount of hunters now, we have almost everybody has a side by side and you can cover so much ground in a day. And 20 years ago, I used to park my pickup and walk all day. And now, people might ride 30 or 40 miles looking. So maybe the fact that we can cover so much more ground adds to that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all a very interesting topic. And as I mentioned, I have an ongoing hunter access project as well. And we're finding more and more that the issues of crowding and access are somewhat related. And I would say that the ATV usage is something that sort of bridges the gap or is commonplace in both of those areas of research right now that I have ongoing. But it is difficult to untangle a little bit, but certainly more, I think most of us would agree that there certainly are more ATV riders on the landscape. The extent to which they're hunters or non-hunters is yet to be determined.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Dr. Wallen. When I saw your presentation the other day, I should ask this question because now I feel like I'm putting you on the spot, but I suspect you have a good answer for it one way or another. So if we had about roughly a third of the public responded to the survey, right? So how do you assess non-response bias?
Yes, Director Fredericks. Yes, we have done that. What we do is we call it a non-response survey. So once we get all of our responses in, we usually have a deadline. Usually we have this out for about 6 to 7 weeks, and then we stop collecting data. And then everyone else who hasn't responded, we consider a non-respondent. And then we send a follow-up survey to them. And then we sort of determine if the responses between those who did respond and the people who we send it out who are non-respondents, hopefully they will send back some information, and then we compare the two groups to determine if there's any differences to that. And so I think right now I unfortunately haven't had time to assess the latest one, the 2022 response and non-response one. But that's something that we looked into sorry, I'm getting all my years confused because there's 3 of them. I believe that was 2020, and we didn't see any differences between respondents and non-respondents. So in terms of data quality, that's something that we look for pretty commonly with survey research. So yes, thank you for the question. Yeah.
Question, please, Mr. Chairman. So do you think that, or could it be possible that the amount of days hunted has increased and would figure into that overcrowding scenario as well?
Yeah, Chairman Murphy, Commissioner Davies. Yes, that's also some data that we have. So with these surveys, we asked a lot of questions, probably too many, but we asked not only the number of days, we asked them to approximate or estimate the number of days that they hunted, but we also gave them an interactive calendar to click the days that they hunted as well. So we have that data, and that's something we could kind of look at to see if certain hunters who have hunted more or fewer days have different levels of perceived crowding. So that's something we could definitely look into. And I should mention that we've also sort of looked at the data from different sort of segments as well. So different weapon types, different locations as well. And we haven't really seen any differences, but the number of days hunted is not something that we've looked into. So thank you for that.
Ground. Thank you. It's been a really good relationship. I think back to when we first met you and you were trying to tee up and listen to what we're looking for.
Yeah.
And it's come a long way. Now I've got this base, got trends going. I'm looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, I just wanted to, on that note, thank you, the commissioners, Director Fredericks and previous directors for this joint partnership that we have. It has been a huge success. If my dean were here, he was one of the Dean Becker, Dennis Becker, if you all have met him, was one of the people to get this off the ground running with Ed Schriever. And so it has been a success. And if I may, I just want to thank all the staff because it's not just me. I have to work with all the staff, and they teach me all the biology, ecology, and a lot of that stuff. And I guess I should also mention, thank you all. I also just received tenure, which is not necessarily a reflection of me, but a reflection of the partnership. This being a unique position with the cooperation between the university and the agency. So thank you all for that.
Congratulations too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, hope everybody had a good lunch. And our next item on the agenda is response to winter feeding conditions in eastern Idaho. Tommy Boudreau, Deer and Elk Coordinator. Take it away, Tommy.
Okay, Tommy, never heard that one.
Toby, did I say Tommy?
Twice. But that's okay. I get Tony a lot, but never Tommy, though. Thank you. There's actually an undersecretary named Tommy Boudreau.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got mistook for him for a few
I actually
seconds.
worked for him.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well, not me.
You're lucky.
All right. And I'm sure the jokes will commence. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, we are going to have a tag team approach to this presentation, and I will kick it off, and then my colleague Don Jenkins will finish it off with his information on our response as a department to winter feeding and depredation issues. So to start off, the most important thing for mule deer that we've been able to measure since we've been looking at cause-specific mortality since 1997 in Southeast Idaho is winter. It is the most defining thing we have. Unfortunately, we get these winters on periodic basis. And winters are tough on mule deer. They're tough on all wildlife, but for some reason, mule deer are especially vulnerable to winter. And Dr. Roberts has collected lots of data to show that keen sense of the obvious that most people have that live in Southeast Idaho that happens, but we have definitive quantitative data that is true. Anyways, just to give you a quick picture to start off, I'm going to talk about the winter of 22-23. These are the SNOTEL water equivalent maps that the NRCS puts out. And this is the map on the left is December and the map on the right is April. And when they're dark blue in December and April, that's bad. Of course, this winter, I would like to say that this winter didn't just affect Idaho, Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming all suffered in some places and to some degree much greater than Idaho. And this winter of 22-23, I think we escaped some of the things that we hadn't escaped in previous winters. So the first thing I was going to do is kind of go through a history of the bad winters that I've been around for. So here is the winter of 2010, 2011. It started off very cold, and obviously lots of snow. The darker the color, the more snow equivalent are in the hills. We had lots of die-off in the Southeast region. I was the wildlife manager at the time. We were feeding elk, trying to keep them off of highways, so on and so forth. So this was the first winter that I experienced that was extremely bad. And you can see, obviously, the very corner of Idaho, it was extreme. And then you go to the next bad winter that we suffered in all of southern Idaho. And this is the November map shows that basically we're in some level of drought as the colors get redder. That's the drier conditions. But yet by April, winter came late and we finished off with much above normal snow levels. And that time I was in the Magic Valley and we had lots of efforts and lots of things going dramatically wrong with snow levels and the effect on wildlife. And if we look at just some more years to sort of look at more average years, so 2017-18 was not a bad year. It started off wet and deep with snow, but yet finished and green is that 90 to 100% snow water equivalent. So if you're in the green, things are good. Anything brighter than green, not so good because of drought. And as you get to the dark blues, that's bad. In fact, the National Weather or the NRCS had to come up with a new color this year to show above 200% equivalence. They had to come up with a darker purple. That was mostly, it was used actually in Idaho, but mostly in Utah. So that's sort of a normal winter. And remember, our declines from 2016-17, we started rebuilding in winters like this. And 2018-19, we did have some actual mortality in the southeast region, but the rest of the state did fairly well during this winter. 19-20, there again, started off with some early snow water equivalent issues, but yet finished all in the green. And deer do well during those times. I guess one of the most important things that I want to make sure that everybody knows is a mule deer go into the winter with their groceries basically on their backs as fat. And I'll give some more information about that later, but it's super important. Summer vegetation and how it even goes back to how heavy they were when they were born. We know that light fawns will never get as big, never have as many offspring as heavy ones. It perils them for their existence, which is hard and causes that lag effect, obviously, with rebuilding. Here's the 2021, 2022 winter. Actually, spring looked like we were heading for drought. There again, mule deer did well. And here we're back at the 2022-2023 winter. And here we are. So how did it affect animals so far? And just so everybody knows, we monitor mortality until the end of May. So this is not the end all of mortality as far as our monitoring goes, but this is the latest data. Just for reference, this is a map of our elk locations where we captured elk in 2023 season. Some of them were for many different, for different studies, and some of them were for cause-specific monitoring and survival. But looking at statewide, some of the populations where we have enough sample sizes, looking at the mortality. And if you look at it, the elk calf mortality, and that's as of just a few days ago, is in red, and the adult mortality is in green. So in the Panhandle, we saw 14% elk calf mortality and 6% on the adults. Dvorak, 7% on the calves, 20% on the adults. Now, this is factors all sources of mortality: predation, other natural causes, effects of winter. Sawtooth, there was significant snow, or better than average snow in the Sawtooth, 45% on elk calves, and then 17% on adults. Smoky Bennett, 7 and 20. And then in Tex Creek, we actually had adults collared, and we had about a 20% mortality in Tex Creek. And then our Diamond Creek calves showed about a 30% mortality so far. And on average, our long-term, I'll show this data in a little bit, but our long-term average mortality on elk is less than 10% on cows, and somewhere in that 30% range, 0 to 30 on calves, depending on where they are and how severe the winter was. Going on to mule deer, these are the last year's capture locations, just to give you an idea of where we actually had new collars out. And remember, these collars last for several years, but as they perish from other things,
or the collars quit, our sample sizes get low in some places. We're still monitoring deer in a lot more places than we just put collars this year. And looking at fawn and adult mortality, Weiser-McCall, and on average, our fawn mortality statewide is around 50%. Average year since 1997 to 2023, on average, we lose about 50% of the fawns. If we lose less, that's awesome. At 50%, we are still gaining deer in the population or maintaining. So Weiser-McCall is at 41% for fawns, 36% for adults. Sample size isn't huge, so but Smoky Bennett's 61% on fawns and 9% on adults. And then in the caribou, 92% of the fawns that we had radio collared, all 32 of them perished, and except for 2. And just to highlight it, those 2 were the only ones that weighed over 100 pounds. Everything else lighter didn't survive. And when I was in the Southeast region, basically the cutoff was always, if a fawn didn't weigh 70 pounds by Christmas, its likelihood of surviving was very, very low. So it's sort of it doesn't seem like a lot, but 30 pounds makes a difference, a lot. And caribou adults actually were at 53. So in most bad winters, we see we are concerned if there's more than 20% adult mortality. That's sort of the breaking point where it starts eating into the population. So to move on, how does that compare over years? And Aaron Roach and the research folks have come up with these wonderful shiny apps that basically allow people like me to even run these models and show you what these numbers look like. And we can see that this is the statewide adult elk survival from 2006 to 2023. And statewide, it looks pretty good. It's over 90%. That's everybody included on the entire state. If we look at statewide calf survival, still tracking along with the last 3 years previous, but we can see that there have been times, in the last 25 or 20 years that we have seen lower calf survival than what we've seen now. And that is there again, that's statewide. Looking at specifically unit 76 now, this is a different time scale because we don't collar calves in unit 76 every single year. But we can see that 2017, 2020, and 2023, there were definitely lower calf survival on elk. So we've seen this before. It's not the worst that we've measured, but it's not good. Moving on to deer. This is adult mule deer mortality, and this is primarily does. You can look at the statewide. It's tracking along a little bit lower than what it was, up to 2009. It definitely went down. You can see in 2010, 11, it went down. 2017, it went down slightly, but for the most part, adults are pretty rock solid with survival, unless it gets extreme. And obviously 2023 is showing those we're dipping down into the tough winter zone on over the long term. If you look at unit 76 mule deer adult survival, there again, we don't have it from every year, and we didn't have adults collared in 2010, but you can see that 2017 and 2018 actually, and 2023 have similar levels of survival that we've been measuring. Looking at mule deer fawn survival estimates, there again, we can look over from a time span between 1985 and 2023, that we've had several events along the time span where we've had lower mule deer survival of fawns. But you can see that average sort of trickles along somewhere around 50%, sometimes below, sometimes above. Looking at mule deer fawn survival sort of in the caribou DAU, which is, it's actually, we have 66 and 66A in there, but we don't have any fawns. We have 69, 72, and 76 is sort of the long-term wintering areas that we call our fawns in. And there again, what comes to mind is that 2000, you see 2017 and 2023 being pretty close for fawn survival. Also, 2002 was a bad year, and we didn't have any collars out in the 2010, 2011 winter. That would be called 2010 on that graph. So you don't see that winter effect measured in survival. So we've seen it before, and it is bad, but we obviously can recover. I mean, you look at the hunter graph of selling of resident mule deer tag sales that peaked in the last big peak was in 2016. It was because we had great winters between 2011 and 2015 that brought the population up, sort of the perfect storm. And we know that more people go deer hunting when there's more deer. Imagine that. So what did we do from a population standpoint and season standpoint to in response to the winter? So 2017, 2019 was not as bad, but we were in a growth curve back. Our populations were increasing. The Southeast had cut out all antlerless hunting in 2017 as a response to the winter. And we were just about to add back in either sex and antlerless hunting in the Southeast region and some in the Upper Snake. So we were monitoring winter, and those proposals came in on the 18th of January. That was the first time that headquarters saw the proposals from the regions. And there were 13 proposals that never saw the light of day because winter kept getting worse. And that was 13 proposed hunts, totaling 460 tags that the public never saw. We did reduce the tags in one Region 6 doe fawn pronghorn hunt, and that was also a response to winter, but that hunt was already existing, and it happened as a result of input from the public and the fact that winter was really tough up there. And the other thing we did was we're not reselling returned non-resident tags in the effective, I believe it's 12 or 14 game management units in the Southeast and Upper Snake as of the 24th of April. So that is the end of my presentation. I would be glad to answer any questions, or I can turn it over to my fellow presenter and we can ask questions at the end, whichever your pleasure is, Mr. Chairman.
We can do both. Questions at this point? And if others come up after the next presentation, we can add those too. Okay, we'll swap right now. Thank you, Toby.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. Old habits die hard, right? That's one check mark, one black mark for Don. So just to add on to Toby's presentation, I'll give you some highlights of what I call them our depredation strike team did this year at Herculean efforts. Let's see this button, so get this thing to work here. So our winter big game depredation prevention feeding efforts for this year, we started in December providing weekly depredation, winter condition, and emergency feeding reports. We ran those through the end of April, and Our goal was to keep the director's office, the commission and the legislature informed of the conditions and the department's efforts during that time frame when with the extreme conditions. By the end of November, it was very apparent the winter began early, which caused big game animals to show up very early in many areas and not leave. One thing that was different from other years was many of the areas still had hay that was stored, which had been sold but not shipped out because of the final destinations were still stocked with hay and there was nowhere to store the excess. And many of those areas were the big dairy farms here in the Magic Valley. And then the hay that was stored was Hamer, Arco in that country. So they had nowhere to go with it. And it just kind of hit, the landowners didn't expect it. The guys that purchased the hay did not expect it as well. So during that time frame, we were very busy. Our staff responded to 614 big game depredation complaints. 430 of that 614 complaints were in the Upper Snake and the Southeast regions alone. So it was ironic, it was split right down the middle. So yeah, 250 or yeah, 215 in each region. They distributed approximately 5,700 panels and 600 rolls of tensar, which is a netting you put up around the haystacks. That's huge. That was 32.5 miles of fencing. So that's like if you're going from Idaho Falls to Hamer, solid fence all the way. So it just puts it in a little perspective. That was very big. And so 27 of those miles were attributed to the Upper Snake and Southeast regions as well. 17 miles and 9 miles respectively. So, and distributed 315 boxes of noisemakers, which include our cracker shells, bird whistlers, fuse ropes, reports, with additional propane cannons and 27 boxes of rubber bullets. That's over 9,000 individual noisemakers distributed to landowners throughout the regions. So on to our emergency baiting and feeding. Our regional staff worked with the Winter Feeding Advisory Committee, the public, landowners to initiate winter feeding and baiting efforts. The snow levels continued, the cold temperatures continued, and which forced more big game animals into feed sources close to towns where they're causing public safety issues, busy highways and intersections and the sort like that. So our staff, temporary employees, landowners and volunteers fed approximately 265 tons of deer pellets in the Southeast region. Staff also worked with local landowners where elk were getting into haystacks and feed lines to reimburse these landowners to use their hay, feed equipment and labor to bait the elk away from their operations and public safety issues. The department staff, temporary employees and cooperating landowners fed approximately 1,350 ton of alfalfa and grass hay to bait elk away from the haystacks, their silage pits, feed lines, and public safety concerns in the Upper Snake and the Southeast regions. 850 tons were fed in the Upper Snake, 500 tons were fed in the Southeast region. So a little bit of a timeline. The Upper Snake started their first feeding operation in Sugar City, which is kind of a routine. They have elk come down there and it's more of public safety crossing highway. That was 33 going to Tetonia. They started that on December 2nd. They hadn't planned on any more feed sites until winter continued. And on January 10th, they started their feed site in Hamer to keep there again, elk were in feed lines close to the interstate. And the Southeast region started their feeding operation on February 3rd for an overall total 45 feed sites throughout those two. Well, those two regions had 44 feed sites, and we had one in the Magic Valley, which was Ketchum. So the Upper Snake were facilitating 21 feed sites, mainly for elk. They had a few antelope that were a couple here and there for those sites. And the Southeast region had 23 sites, 17 of which were deer feed sites and 6 were elk feed sites. So the department also closed select wildlife management areas throughout the regions to minimize wildlife disturbance. This was Georgetown, Montpelier, Portneuf, Tex Creek, and Market Lake WMAs. Additionally, this last legislative session, Senate Bill 1143 provided provides the commission authority to set seasonal restrictions regarding the search for and gathering of antlers and horns to protect 20 big game. That legislature passed. It will become law effectively July 1st, 2023 as Idaho Code 36507. On that note, we will be providing possible framework or possible options regarding how to use this authority if the commission so desires to exercise that code, that state code at the July commission meeting. And to continue the attitude of gratitude, a huge thanks go out to our many volunteers, our landowners, and our staff that helped complete this extraordinary efforts. No small feat. So anyway, yeah, I'll stand for questions.
Extraordinary winter and an extraordinary effort. Thank you. And Director?
Yeah, if I could make a comment. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I asked Toby and Don to share this information here. I know that Commissioner Charette and Commissioner Atterbury have a full appreciation for what the winter looked like over there and what the staff went through, but just to try to help give the rest of the commission and staff and anybody else that is able to see this meeting a sense of the monstrous lift that was going on over there. 32 miles of fencing and 265 tons of pellets and 1,300 tons of hay. That stuff just doesn't get out there on its own. And we literally had people, working through the night and volunteers working through the night, hazing animals. And the winter just didn't let up. When I was preparing to do my around the state tour, I got a hold of Regional Supervisor Piron in mid-ish February and said, because I was going to be there on March 8th. And I said, well, maybe we can go out and do a tour of the feed site at Hamer. And he said, oh, I'm sure we'll be done by then. Well, no, they were not done by then. And I got a full view of the feed site, and it went on after that as well. And so it just did not end, and they were at wit's end. So yeah, I appreciate you sharing this, and just a huge appreciation to the staff, the temporaries, permanents, and the volunteers and the landowners that helped us with that, just to manage the situation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up comment. I appreciate that presentation from Toby and Don. It's starting to bring back a lot of nightmares. But it was a heavy lift, and I do appreciate all the efforts, not only from the department and the staff, but from our landowners. We got some private cooperation from some of our feed sites to feed on their land, and they were really instrumental in making that heavy lift come off successful. But I'm grateful the director being there. I toured that day with him. I didn't know that elk could get on top of silage pits and cause that type of damage. So we were able to see some things that to me were unprecedented. I even had the opportunity to be on a kill permit from a landowner, and showed up one day and two officers were throwing up some panels around a big haystack, and I helped them, and they just thought I was Joe Public for about 20 minutes. So I let them know who I was, and they were surprised. So a lot of good effort, but what a big challenge. And I'm optimistic. I know Toby gave us the slide. It showed a lot of fawn mortality. But I live on terminal winter range, and I've been able to see some fawn survival. And so that's good. So I know there's some hope out there. Some made it through, and we will rebound and recover over time. But I'm extremely appreciative of the department and their efforts.
Mr. Charette?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Without a doubt, the number one complaint I'd say I've gotten this winter, and I hear that this is a baptism by fire for my first year, but is that the department does not care about the wildlife and that they haven't been proactive. So I appreciate this presentation more than you know, because it dispels both mistruths. As Toby pointed out, a lot of the hunts were taken off before they were even put it on the table because the department was being proactive. And I appreciate the heck out of that. I appreciate the department and everything that they've done. It's made phone calls coming in easier to stick up for them because you guys have had the vision and the foresight for the benefit of the animals and for protecting the wildlife. So thank you very much. It's been awesome to be able to be a part of it. and to defend what the department's doing. You've made it very, very easy from a public perception. So thank you very much. And there's a lot of misconception about what is being done and what has been done in the winter. And you guys you've nailed it, in my opinion. You've knocked it out of the park. The one question I do have, probably, I think for you, Toby, I keep hearing a lot about a buck to doe ratio. What is an ideal buck to doe ratio to make sure that the population is being reproduced?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schreck, that's a great question. Across the West, there are some states that believe 6 bucks per 100 does is enough. They actually manage 6 bucks per 100 does for maximum opportunity and harvest. We like to have, it's in our mule deer plan that we're going to have more than 15 bucks per 100 does. I think that optimally, all does are being bred based on our work at probably somewhere in that 6 to 10 bucks per 100 does range. And, one of the, if I could elaborate just a little bit, people worry about 2 points doing the breeding, in years that there's some sort of genetic loss, and a 2 point is just a yearling buck. Their genetics is the same as their granddad, who was 30-inch wide and 200-inch mainframe. So that one doesn't carry a lot of water. And what we look at measuring sometimes when we are doing like neonate things is looking at the synchronicity of fawning date, because as mule deer, they want to all pop their fawns out on the same day and swamp the predators so as many can live. And in populations where you see reduced buck numbers, severely reduced buck numbers, you'll actually see a second pulse of fawns 3 weeks later. And we haven't seen that for the most part in any place we've ever looked here in Idaho.
I have just one more comment. The other thing that I found interesting being in this position is all the phone calls were pertaining towards deer and the loss of deer. I did not get a phone call on the loss of elk or even the loss of antelope. But again, to the department, they were on top of that and decided that eliminating that hunt in Bear Lake on the Bear Lake Plateau for antelope was a proactive thing to do. So again, a lot of the public comment out there saying the department's not proactive in this is completely wrong and false. And you guys have done an awesome job. So thank you. You've made my job easier this year and I appreciate the heck out of it. So thank you very much.
So well said, Commissioner Shred. Thank you. Any others for this item? Appreciate the preparation and the information. Thank you. They say as you get older, the relative compression of time just accelerates. And this past year for me went by pretty darn. A year ago, stepping here and then done. Yeah, I'm quite aging now because the compression of time seemed like a couple of weeks. So it's time that we need to elect a commission chair and a
different reports from the bureaus. I'll just touch on a couple of the highlights. With the Bureau administration, with the legislative approval of a lifetime trapping license and 3-day fur buyer license, Rusty's not here anymore, that was advanced by the Idaho Trappers Association. The licensing program has been working to accommodate that now in the new system, as well as a reasonable accommodation for a blind or visually impaired hunter. So those are new opportunities. More from just a department administration standpoint, we're all preparing ourselves for the launch of the Luma system, which is going to be a big change for the agency in terms of how we manage everything from payroll and time reporting to travel reimbursements to hiring and everything else. And so that'll be a significant adjustment for staff, but we're up to it. Michael mentioned the sale of the power line building, so that's exciting for us. So that's administration. On communications. Commissioner Ebert, you did kind of jump in front of me on your expressing appreciation. I swear I have it written down. Appreciation for our staff over there, giving them a hard time about the buttons and all that, but I really do appreciate Roger and Connor and Ben for all the work that they do and making these meetings work. And I know how this does work. You can test it 1,000 times, and on game day, something just doesn't quite work perfectly, but it was only the clicker. Everything else worked absolutely perfectly. So I do appreciate the help from the Communications Bureau there. Communications has also getting ready to launch a marketing survey. Well, it's their marketing program is working on a public survey to better understand the public's perceptions of the Fish and Game Department and what they think we do, what they expect that we do, and what's important to them that we do. So there'll be more on that in the future. With the Enforcement Bureau, the Special Investigations Unit is preparing to host the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Investigations and Intelligence Summit. That's going to be up in Coeur d'Alene in June. So that's a pretty big deal for the enforcement staff, and they've been doing a lot of coordination to get ready to pull that meeting off. We also have 5 new officers. So Chief Wooten and his assistants are busy filling the holes in the Enforcement Bureau and doing a good job with that. We're down to 7 vacancies and hopefully filling them faster than we're making them. The engineering program, there's a long list of the engineering activities that Mr. Worthington and his engineers are working on throughout the state. So they continue to be very, very busy. And on the fisheries side, one of the challenges that we talk about is the capacity of the agency and how to meet that with all the federal funding that's out there with bipartisan infrastructure law, some opportunities for fish passage. We're being creative and working with the Pacific States Marine Fish Commission to hire somebody that will work in conjunction with us to help coordinate those activities so that we are positioned to take advantage of some of the resources out there to do fish habitat improvements. So that's exciting on that end. Technical Services Bureau. There's a good overview of the Technical Services Bureau that I would invite you to look through just in terms of the functions that they perform, but they've been, as you would expect and heard yesterday, very involved in Wildwood Ridge and helping provide assistance in a technical manner on the potential impacts of that project. And wildlife, there's a long summary of wildlife activities, many of which you heard today, so I won't recap all those, but wildlife has obviously been very, very busy. So with that, there's a couple other things I do want to touch on. We have, as bittersweet as it is, bitter for us, sweet for them. We have a couple of folks that this will be their last commission meeting in addition to Commissioner Atterbury. So one of them is in the front row here. Mr. Curette is wrapping up his 30-year career with Fish and Game. And Tom and I go way, way back to graduate school together. And I don't think 30 years ago, either of us would have seen ourselves sitting in these chairs. So pretty neat that we've been able to share our careers together. So Tom is, for all of those 30 years, been in salmon, and he's just been the perfect person for that area because he's been able to engage the community, develop trusting relationships with landowners. And so whether it was as a fisheries manager or regional supervisor, he's done so much for us in that region. And everybody that works with Tom knows the work ethic that he comes with and the dedication and his commitment to serving sportsmen and women in Idaho. But they also know that he does it with a sense of levity and a sense of humor. And so Tom is going to be sorely missed, but you've got a lot of good times in front of you, Tom. So there will be more celebrations with Tom. We're going to throw some axes next week, and there'll be more opportunities to say nice things about Tom, but I did want to acknowledge him here. And I know Commissioner Davies has just a.
Yes, Director, thank you. If you'd indulge me for just a couple of minutes, is the guy that Tom was tasked with babysitting, mentoring, teaching, which is no easy task for a guy to do with a knuckle dragging firefighter, but he did it as you mentioned, with a sense of humor and a lot of patience. And Tom, I just want you to know how much I appreciate what you have done and the time that you spent with me to fulfill those needs. In trying to figure out what to give, I'm going to miss Tom's retirement party. I'm headed down to Flagstaff for that here in workshop, so I'm going to miss Tom's retirement party. But in trying to figure out a little something to give Tom for his retirement, I thought a lot about what he likes, or that I've seen him like, and he seems to have somewhat of a fondness for tequila, I've noticed. And in fact, it's a particular drink of tequila. I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's sorority sister ballerina. I don't remember exactly what it is, but oh, red. I knew it was something kind of sissy, but I had my wife call Kate, his wife, and ask what kind of tequila that Tom liked, and she said that she had asked her brother that, and her brother had said, well, free is his favorite. So I didn't go for the free model, but she did say that he liked Patron. So Tom, I do have a little something for you here. I hope you'll enjoy it. It's a bottle of tequila and with it little umbrellas that
I know Tom will enjoy that. And secondly, this one's certainly tough as well. So I came into the director's office, I guess a little less than 3 years ago, and immediately appreciated how valuable and important Mary is in the operations of the director's office. And much of that I knew, because if you're in headquarters, you very quickly get a sense of that. And so Mary's moving on to retirement now, and I wish her all the best. And I think she's doing it with a great spirit. I've been looking for traces of real sadness in her, and I don't see it. So I take that as a good thing. And so Mary's been at it with the agency for about 26 years. She began, if my math is right, in 98. Yeah, and in that time, and this is really what's remarkable, she served 7 directors, 7 deputy directors, and 36 commissioners. And I can guarantee you every one of those people have immense appreciation for her. So Mary, thank you so much. And again, we're going to celebrate your pending retirement here shortly, but I wanted to acknowledge it here now.
As I said earlier, I'm working on my second term as commissioner, and when I first stepped in, Mary was one of the first people, if not the first people I've got to know. And y'all hear the term drinking out of the fire hose, right? And yeah, talk to Virgil, who was just leaving, and Ed or others, but this is the source of information right here, Mary Boyer. She knows how everything works, and then connections are, all my colleagues when you were brand new, who's who do you go to, this, what subject, who's leading this? So I always went to Mary's the manifold. And I got the information. Responsiveness is the hallmark of an executive assistant. No matter when I called, and I tried not to call on weekends or days off, but sometimes I had to with semi-emergency stuff. And literally, if not minutes, the next hour I had the information. It just allowed me to operate. I don't want to thank you, but I admire you as an executive assistant, as a colleague, and now as a friend. So we won't be working together, but I think we've got a friendship going. The commission got together and this opportunity for you to take Jim out for an evening meal downtown Boise. Hope you'll enjoy this. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
As a gift for Mary too, also. Sally's got it. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys are wonderful.
Flowers. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, planning for next meeting. CDA. We're Lane, Commissioner. Roberts Country, and Region 1. Forgot to jot down the date, so someone might do it. Yeah, so the Coeur d'Alene meeting will be the 26th and 27th of July. And then prior to that, we'll have our retreat, the 26th and 28th of June, which is Stonebreaker. And so more on that to come. As far as the meeting of Coeur d'Alene, Commissioner Bobbitt and regional supervisors, plenty of time. We'll be hearing more definition on that as the weeks and months come. But we have the date. I think everybody's squared away for that. We ought to have all 7 commissioners, and I'm really looking forward to that. And as I said at the onset of the meeting, the governor will be starting recruiting in his office immediately towards a nomination of a region 6 commissioner. And although a couple months seems like plenty of time in the crunch of stuff, it's not often that the recruitment and nomination can happen that quickly. So again, I want to thank colleague Commissioner Atterbury for agreeing that should that be vacant, he'll make sure that people in his region are covered and represented. If it is filled, we're still going to meet up there and we're going to have a good time and wish you well. More, I don't know about more formally, but perhaps with more fun too. So, okay. All right, we have a break coming up. We do have a motion for executive session. I think that would be appropriate at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I move that the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code section 74-206 subsection C and F.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll turn. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Atterbury.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and Director Fredericks, this is just action item 17, position on litigation. Today, we are asking the commission to take a formal statement or make a formal statement of support for the Director and Attorney General's ongoing effort to petition to delist the lower 48 grizzly bear.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I would move the commission continue to support grizzly bear conservation and management in Idaho and formally support Idaho's pursuit of litigation for delisting grizzly bears in the lower 48 states.
I would second that. Thank you, commissioners. We have a motion and a second discussion. With no discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. We're near the end, there's only one more action left. And I would like to pass this gavel to the new chair. We can close out this meeting.
I appreciate the vote of confidence and I'll do the best job I can and I appreciate all of you. I would like to take a moment to give my thanks to Chairman Tim. You're a good man, you're solid, you're well thought, you're politically correct and I appreciate your efforts and I think you've done an excellent job. Thank you. I know. Sure. All right.